Yo, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the seventh week and the
Second
playoffs
to the
of the
last natin.
GeForce. Second to the last. Yes, this is the playoffs for this week's GeForce Harbinger series Valorant tournament. Of course, thank you so much for sa Team Asus for supporting this leg, and good afternoon everyone na nanonood ngayon, na laging nanonood sa atin, no? We are seeing some familiar names at na mga nagtatag sa ating comment section. Thank you for supporting this, grassroots tournament dito sa GeForce and sa PCWORX and sa Fulcrum Esports. So, it's day 2. Playoffs tayo ngayon. As usual, para sa mga bagong tune-in dyan, we are gonna have a recap of yesterday's battle, kung ano yung mga naging results nung napaka-exciting na Valorant matches kahapon. These are new names, and ganina, while we're speaking offline nga, diba, we're saying that these teams are lahat sila first-timers sa ating playoffs. So it's gonna be a pretty interesting day. Walang gatekeepers, walang the usual names that you see. These are totally fresh teams looking to show off their Valorant skills dito sa ating tournament. So, without further ado, ipasok natin with some studio magic. Sir Fluffy from Fulcrum Esports, please come in. There we go.
Good afternoon, guys. So, it's good to be back after 1 week na, no? Alam mo, tagal no? Pero, again, kagaya ng sinabi ni Sir Hero, we have 4 new names na papasok ngayon sa tournament. Ang ganda ng laban kahapon, yan yung mga veterans team natin like SR Nakagwe or dating SR Kadiniman was knocked off actually by one of the teams that we will be featuring today, yung Tricky Potato. So again, maganda yung laban nila. It was snip and pass. That was the last featured match natin kahapon. And then yung other teams natin ngayon, bago talaga eh. And then they beat some notable teams. So based on what we saw yesterday, siguro masasabi ko, nandun na sila malapit na sila pumasok sa VCT caliber teams. So the community in Valorant is expanding. So, before anything else, bago tayo mag-discuss ulit, Sir Hero, Sir Jarvis, panoorin muna natin yung highlights natin from yesterday.
Once the smoke dissipates, for sure there is going to be a kill secured, but it's Mid-Mathers able to secure that. Maxi is going to be ready. They're out to push. They want to catch them off guard with that blind, though. Perfect use of utility. Gets a 3K for Mid. He is well and ready for another peek. Sees one is already there, but still gets a kill through the smoke. If he gets the hedgehog potential, spots out one kill, and gets the second. Ray is actually able to get 2 with this flank. They're not afraid. He actually is spotted out, but they line up for MD2 with that flank. He gets a 3. Now down to Ray. Somebody's behind him. He secures the kill. There's just one more left. It's gonna be a kill for Ray, a 4K and a clutch. Now they secure the match point. One has already rotated, and he's out for another kill. He uses this death match, gets the third of a defuse, but he's not budging. Oh no! The clutch is online for Zombie. Outplayed by one accord. MD2 misses. There's a tag. Aula secures a kill, at least with the Hunter's Freak, but he's getting hunted down. MD2 from behind to get the 3.
Oh, making a bit of noise. Sinister Strike had a perfect opportunity. And again, Oh dear, he was looking the wrong way. Well played by Kaylee.
Gone with that opener. And manages to get a second. 2 down now. Pool takes the third. Shock dart. The ultimate batters. And another headshot. Just holding down their ground. They're not giving TP anything. They're just giving them kills in the depth.
So there you have it. Nakita nga natin doon yung last feature natin, as you can see. Malaki yung lamang, hindi naman masyadong dikit. So as you can see that Sweet Potato really, let's say, was having a dominant performance against Nakage, which we all know as a VTT level team. So it was quite a pleasant surprise na meron palang undiscovered teams na nandyan pa sa wild. Na first time I've heard it, I think si Heroes of Sir Jarvis, first time din narinig yung pangalan ng Sweet Potato. And then, nakita din natin sa One Accord, they also dominated Surge sa laban nila. So, it's very encouraging na makita natin maraming teams. And yan yung kinagandaan ng ating Valorant Harbinger, GeForce Harbinger Valorant Tournament Series. So, nakikita natin sa grassroots at napapakita natin sa mainstream so sino yung mga teams. Malay mo sa ilan, may professional sponsors na yan. Like isang success story natin is si UCFC. Do you remember yung winner natin the first round natin? Ngayon, nagputan sila Manila, Naos na yung pangalan nila. If you know that team na Naos na got invited to another big tournament, yun yung UCFC. Sila kakaroon natin. So, yun yung may mga success stories din na nangyayari dito. So, sabi kayo guys, so libre yun. Now, going back to our tournament, pakita natin kung sino yung top 4 natin. So, ating direct, top 4 po.
Either
so,
we go...
so, as you can see, One Accord Esports, Dynasty Dudes, TC Rising Stars, and Sweet Potato. First time natin nakita lahat yung pangalan niya dito sa Harbinger Series. So, ngayon, comes the time na hingan ko yung kasama ko sa panel na tingin nyo. Bold prediction time.
So, manghuhula lang talaga ako kasi
Potatoes.
kilala talaga yung potato. Manghuhulat ako. Tawag nun, hindi natin kilala lahat, man. Like, just from the standings alone, I think Tricky Potatoes would win since Nakagwe is a very strong team. Tapos hindi ko actually napanood yung ano kahapon. Can we show kung ano yung standings yesterday? Who won against who? Para at least we could do like some predictions. So, si Tricky Potatoes, SR Nakagwe ang tinalo nila. Pacific 6. Exceed actually natalo din SR and yung okay. So more on I'm leaning talaga sa Tricky Potatoes right now since tawag doon. Hindi masyadong kilala din yung mga teams na tinalo ng ibang kasamang Final Four natin. So yun. Yeah.
Exceed Gaming is it's quite a familiar name. I'm looking at dito sa left side ng screen natin compared sa right side. Dito sa right side nga, as you said, Jarvis, I gotta agree na hindi, they're not up there yet sa based sa mga previous broadcasts natin. But these one, even to our previous tournaments these Exceed, mga teams na pinanggalingan nila mas mabigat tong nandito sa left side. So gotta give it to Tricky Potatoes as my prediction for this week as well.
Ako, I'm leaning to Tricky Potato, pero I'm seeing TC Rising Stars at a dark horse kasi tinalo nila OGG International Oster.
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
TC Rising Stars. So,
fair point.
Yun yung, kagaya na sinabi namin guys, bago lahat yung team, we're not that familiar with the teams yet, so this is more exciting.
Yeah.
So, hindi katulad na nakaraan, yung nakita natin yung bracket na nakita natin, SB Empire versus Naos. Pagkabila, alam na natin kung sino yung maglalaban. Tapos, meron na tayong biases. So far sa amin dito talaga, maganda yung nangyari. Hindi namin alam kung ano ang nangyayari. So, it's better that you guys stay tuned dito. So, I think my segment is coming to an end. So, thank you for the time, Sir Hero, Sir Jarvis. Guys, I'll be seeing you again next week for our 8th and final leg. We will be putting up yung how to join after today. So you're free to join. So sali kayo. This is our last leg of so next week is our last leg for the GeForce Harbinger Valorant series. So thank you guys. See you next week.
Thanks, Sir Fluffy.
Thank you,
For
Sir
your-
Fluffy.
For your pro insight sa ating mga mangyayari na very exciting this afternoon. Yeah. And speaking of which, by the way, para sa mga bagong tune-in dyan, you're wondering why there's no Valorant happening in this tournament. This is a tournament pre-show, dear viewers. So chill lang,
Lang talaga
makakapanood
kami,
tayo.
yeah.
Yeah, makakapanood tayo mamaya ng mga malulupit na Valorant matches. Nandun sa highlights, di ba?
Yes, yes.
Sa clip natin, these are like teams to watch out for na. This is very exciting for us din sa pag, as we run this tournament, diba? Kasi Jarves, usually, well, within the past a couple of weeks, ang mga nakikita nga natin is yung mga familiar na Valorant na malakas maglaro talaga, diba? Kaya nga yung mga gatekeepers nakikita natin. But now, this is a totally different week. Talagang no gatekeepers and tumalop to sila ng mga gatekeepers din. So parang are we seeing a shift of like Valorant talents? Are we witnessing this? We'll find out mamaya, dear viewer and dear listeners dyan na nakatune in. So before we go to the Valorant matches, of course, for those who are aspiring to go into the esports route, you want to be a Valorant pro player with your team, or maybe you want to be a Valorant content creator, gusto mo mag-stream ng Valorant and all. You gotta get the right machine for, to get your franks and to go up the ladder and prove yourself to the world. So, Jarves, we got here an Asus GeForce Esports PC bundle dun sa screen natin. Alright. So, for esports, yes, could you tell us about this offering from PCWORX and our official Shopee page?
Okay, so before I start, shoutout pala dun sa manager ng Dynasty Dukes. Si Ma'am Merak, actually nag-comment siya sa stream natin. Hello, shoutout sa inyo. Good luck sa inyong team. Sana pakapasok kayo sa finals. So, ayun. So we're now showing the GeForce Esports PC bundle. Again, as I said yesterday, this one's cheaper than the previous PC bundles that we have shown you guys and we offered you guys. So, number one, it's powered by an Asus NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3060 Ti Dual OC. It's 8GB GDDR6. It's with its brain, the processor is an AMD Ryzen 5 5600. The motherboard is an Asus TUF B550 Plus Wi-Fi AM4 DDR4 M80X. So, it's very minimal. And it's powered by a Corsair CV750 watts 80 plus bronze PSU. With the chassis naman, I'm actually looking forward to buying this chassis in the future. This one's the Dark Flash DLX21 ATX gaming case, the black. If ever naman, we do also offer white and I think mint green and pink on our stores. Unfortunately, sa Shopee natin, again guys, it's shopee.ph/NVIDIA GeForce Official Store, black lang available. So with the storage, again, as usual, it's the Kingston 500GB M.2 NVMe SSD with a Seagate 1TB Barracuda hard drive. For the RAM, medyo nag-up tayo sa RAM. Kasi usually, the normal Kingston na RGB lang. This one's the Kingston Fury Renegade, 16GB 8x2, so 8GB siya, 2 sticks, so dual channel memory na agad, 3200MHz with DDR4. So speaking of, if you're looking forward to like being a content creator, number one na kailangan nyo is a good GPU for the encoding for your videos. Whether it's recording or streaming, you need to encode your videos better, and NVIDIA actually offers a good video encoder since integrated sila with OBS, with NVENC and NVENC New. Napag-usapan na namin yun yesterday. Watch nyo na lang yung stream. And of course, for video editing naman, alam natin na tawag doon, more on the CPU side siya, yes. So we powered this one with the Ryzen 5 5600. It's, wait lang, hanapin ko, it's 6 cores, 12 threads. So it's enough for your video editing stuff. So madali lang mag-render. And of course, for RAM, alam naman natin, ang lakas kumain ng RAM when you're trying to scrub your video. Scrub meaning if yung mga newbies dyan, yung ililipat-lipat nyo sa parts ng video nyo yung editing nyo. So, maglilipat kayo sa first part. So, ayun, sa 2 minutes 30, kailangan ng RAM nun. So, ayun. This one's a very good budget ratio. Like, hindi siya entry level. Kind of. So, medyo nasa medium na siya. You're on to high-end na, pero it's still good for the budget. Tapos ang hindi natin na-explain yesterday is yung mga Asus stuff natin na laptops. Kasi nawalan tayo ng time kasi yun, medyo napasarap tayo ng usapan.
What laptops are... seeing here on the screen right now yung TUF F15 64995, man. What does this laptop pack ba?
Wait lang. I'm actually
Alright.
pulling up my...
Pulling up the cheat sheet. Shout out
Yes, sir.
Yes, viewers, share, like, and tag your friends.
So,
Go.
ang
go,
dami na
go,
to,
my
guys.
friend.
So, meron tayo, wait lang. Bilangin ko ilan tong Asus stuff, Wait lang, nawala yung aking cheat sheet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Meron tayong 5 na Asus stuff na laptops. It's ranging from 64,995 up to 84,995 pesos. So yes, it's on sale. Yan yung ano na. I know that's the SRP price. No, that's the SRP price natin. And of course, guys, if bumili kayo sa PCWORX branches, baka pwede kayo makakuha ng discount sa mga ano natin, sa mga sales personnel natin dyan na kakilala nyo na. So alam naman natin sa pagdating sa PCWORX, if you're familiar face, madali makakuha ng discounts. So wait lang So yung Asus stuff natin. So ayaw mag-load ng aking spreadsheet for the Asus stuff
Kailangan mo ng RAM.
Kailangan ko ng mas magandang ISP. So shoutout sa mga dyan, yung mga tinamaan ng problem natin. Yes, nasa cloud. Yes, yung mga tinamaan nung dyan kahapon, mga hindi nakapag-Valorant kasi nasa 400 plus ping si Valorant. So ayun.
So
wait lang.
Yep, para habang hinihintay mo yan. This one is powered by an NVIDIA RTX 3050 Ti 4GB. So, para sa mga naka-tune in naman dun sa NVIDIA GeForce channel, you can check out yung mega thread ng 3050 series because we have it nandun siya sa GeForce Community Philippines Facebook group. So check it out if you haven't yet. And we got some information there about dito sa 30 pinakabago member ng 30 series family of video awards. So if you have a question, anything at all, feel free to make a post dun sa community page. And there's some helpful resources over there, and some people would be like maraming enthusiasts dyan lalo na yung mga active members na ang hilig nilang mag-tech support. So check it out, check the community. Jarvis, how's your spreadsheet?
Ayun, so okay na.
Yeah.
So the first one, guys, is 64,995. Yung lowest natin available na Asus stuff is powered by an NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3050 Ti. It's 4GB, GDDR6, 15 inches Full HD monitor, 144Hz, so for gaming talaga. And then, if you're looking for a gaming monitor, don't settle for like 60, 75Hz. Go for 144Hz. Almost lahat na ng mga bagong labas natin na Asus monitors, Asus laptops, naka 144Hz na or higher. Then, for the processor, it's i5 11400H. So it's 11th gen. It has a 1TB PCI so it's SSD agad. It's 8GB with RAM. So yun nga lang, 8GB yung RAM. You could actually upgrade it if you just tawag doon kausapin nyo lang yung sales nga namin, sorry. I just approach a salesperson. Sabi nyo, sir, pwede po ba mag-upgrade ng RAM natin? So I think free of charge siya actually pag sa amin yung binili yung laptop and yung RAM. So for the next price point, so this one's the Asus TUF 15. So medyo mahaba yung niya, which sabi ko.
Ano ba ito? The TUF line, sabi nga ni Franz yesterday is these are for the entry level for Asus
Yes.
laptops, you know, if kasi meron yung Strix and meron din yung
Flow, yung
Flow,
Zephyrus.
Zephyrus. So those are like more specialty na kapag
Mhm.
if you are looking for
Yung
you
mga
know, more
special, ano
specialized
nila.
screens,
Yes. Mhm.
yung halimbawa sa graphic design, high refresh rate won't be like a necessity too much. So mas important doon yung mga screens like the Super Adobe RGB, all of that bells and whistles. But this one, this tough model, 'di ba? Ito nga yung like the entry level, it's kaya siya tough is because of his chassis, right? It's
Because it's
grade.
military grade, yes. So, kahit mabagsak yan. Pero wag yun naman bagsak, guys, yung babato nyo yung laptop nyo. Pero yes, I could attest
Drop test.
that Asus products are very sturdy. Hindi lang tough, actually. I'm using an Asus phone. It's been with me for like 4 or 5 years na. Sira na yung screen, gumagana pa rin. So, yeah, I could vouch for, especially if yun yung the name tough, TOF. It's a play on word on tough, TOUGH. So, alam naman natin with the branding itself pa lang na it's very sturdy and they could last you until the next generation or the next upgrade mo ng laptop mo or whatever it is na kailangan mo na palitan. So, yeah.
This laptop has 8 gigs of RAM. Right?
Yes, stock.
Yeah.
8 gigs, yes.
Stock
But
yung
you could,
stock.
yes, but you could actually buy tawag na additional RAM from our stores and we could install it for you for free.
Yeah.
Yes.
Essentially. Kasi yung special edition shoutout dun sa mga like bagong the newbies din sa pagkutingting ng computer, ibang kasi yung like gagamit ka lang kaysa yung alam mo yun talagang tingnan mo yung nagiging meticuloso ka sa mga piyesa ng machine mo. Well, you gotta upgrade the RAM kung makukulangan ka sa 8 gigs, lalo na if you're planning to run this with, kunyari, streaming. Yung marami kang application na bukas. That's it. It's like adding more RAM, mas lalaki yung working table mo. Parang ganun. Yung
Magsasabi ba ka ng tips and tricks na? So, actually, ka lang nun to sa TikTok. So, with RAM, guys, kasi may TikTok kami, it's tiktok.com/@PCWORX. So, 8GB is, alam naman, like 5 years ago, 4GB yung minimum. Actually, 4GB is still the minimum for office work na lang. So,
work.
Google, Excel, and all that stuff. 8GB if you're onto like entry-level gaming, you're just playing not Valorant. Like Valorant on low settings, wala kang streaming, wala kang ginagawang iba. Browser games, of course, may mga browser games dyan kasi na mabibigat yung for the RAM. What else? League of Legends, of course, 8GB RAM's enough. And if you go onto Steam, 8GB enough siya for like other good games like 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
If
still
you're
play some enjoyable games on 8 gigs these days.
Pero if you're looking to go into video editing on streaming, go for 16GB minimum. Kasi 16GB, actually ako 16GB nauubos ko yun when I'm streaming, when I'm playing Valorant and all that other stuff. Just pag nakabukas pa yung mga tabs ko. So around like 13 nauubos na nun. Then if you're on to, and of course light video editing, kasi medyo mahirap ka mag-scrub doon, edit. So if you're looking into heavy video editing, go for 32. Yun yung maximum actually na recommended ng mga gamers natin, 32GB of RAM for gaming and streaming. I mean no, not just gaming, kasi 64 na yung for streaming, kasi medyo bubibigat na yung ibang streaming applications natin dyan. Hindi ko na sasabihin yung names.
Especially if ang gusto mong stream is in 4K, kasi lumalaki rin yung capability nung kaya mong ibato na ngayon 'di ba? Hindi na 720p, kaya mo nang kahit 2K, 4K na iba, yun yung i-feed mo. So magiging talaga yan, memory talagang kakainin niya lahat nung memory space mo sa machine. So by the way, dun sa mga nakikinig, memory, when we say memory, hindi po
memory
module,
module.
storage. Opo,
Yes.
siya po, hindi siya yung storage kung saan ka yun yung drawer mo, ganun. No, it's not that. Yung memory po na yun is, yun nga yung sinasabi ni Jarvis na RAM. It's yun yung ginagamit ng machine mo to handle applications. Parang yun, may bagong bukas ka. Parang yeah, it's in the memory. It's in the operating system sabay-sabay.
Yes,
so anyway, yun nga.
So ending the note with the RAM.
Ending the note with the RAM, yeah.
64GB if you're into like streaming, tapos marami kayong widgets, marami kayong apps doon sa streaming. Yes. And minimum siya for 3D modeling. 64 kasi I've known people that's actually heavy sa 3D modeling. They actually recommend 128GB of RAM. Basta guys, i-check nyo if yung CPU nyo can handle 128GB kasi may mga CPU dyan that can't handle. And of course, for your motherboard, just to be sure na it could take on the XMP profiles, yung where you overclock the RAM. So, kasi yung advertised na speed ng RAM is hindi talaga yun yung pinapakita niya. So, if you buy a RAM at 3200 MHz nakalagay dun sa box, pag nilagay mo yun sa system, sinanap mo, hindi to 3200 MHz. Mag-transfer siya actually. Yun. So, you have to actually open up BIOS. Basta yun. Marami tayong tips and tricks dyan. So, yun.
So, but this one, for with that combination, di ba yung like, kukuha ka ng malaking RAM, tapos you got this 3050 Ti 4GB video card. Anong games kaya? And Valorant, of course, definitely, this can run it. God of War. Ano bang recommended specs ng God of War?
Yeah,
God of War.
Yeah.
Well, habang sinesearch ko, Jarvis, ano pa yung ibang laptops pala natin?
So, for the second price point natin, guys, we do have 69,995. It's the mahaba yung FX 506 HCB-HN1750. Alam naman natin basta it's yung powered by a 3050 4GB GDDR6 15 inches full HD. So same lang yung screens ng mga natin. Nag-iiba lang siya with the processor and with the GPU. 144Hz, it's i7 11800H. 1TB PCIe 3 SSD and 8GB RAM again. So lahat ng mga laptops, wait, how many is this? Yeah, lang. Hindi ko na maback. So yung 4, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yung 5 natin na Asus laptops, nagkakaiba lang siya with the GPU and with our processors. So hanapin nyo lang yung mas magandang mix and match. If you want a stronger GPU, go for a stronger one. If you're looking for like a CPU heavy, kailangan, for example, video editing, go for it. Kasi meron tayong mga mix dyan na 3050 with an i5, meron ding mga 3060 with an i7, 3050 Ti with an i5. Yeah. So, hanapin nyo lang yung tamang mix and match with your needs. So, yun. Wait lang pinupull up ko rin yung mga specified requirements with God of War kasi
it's actually on my screen right now, so
so we can
eto minimum requirements at 720p 30 fps low graphic settings. You can run it on a 960 GTX,
pero it's 30 fps,
8 gigs of RAM. High settings, it can run on high settings at 8 gigs of RAM and at least the GTX 1070. 8 gigs of RAM, tapos ito yung 70 gigs ng storage. So, yep, that's the high settings. If you wanna go ultra settings at 4K at 60 FPS, you gotta need a 3080 and a max ng 16 gigs of RAM. So, yep, it can pretty much ito palang laptops na to, they can pretty much run God of War ng high settings if you just upgrade another stick of RAM. So there you go, listeners and viewers. Well, and Jarvis, you were saying after yung yung hinahanap mo.
Yeah, sorry. Tawag doon, wait, where were we?
May hinahanap ko, may pinupull up ka. Sabi ko kanina.
Yeah, actually yun yung mga laptops natin at 5 different price points. Wala ang dami kong tabs dito.
I-show mo ba yan sa screen?
Ayun yung nakikita wait, baliktad na naman dito yung screen na to. Yan. So, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yes, 5 different price points. So let's jump on to the last one actually. So this is the Asus TUF FX506HM-HN175T. Just be sure guys na if ever na bibili kayo kay PCWORX, screenshot nyo na lang instead of i-copy paste nyo, baka magkamali pa kayo ng code. Iba yung mabili nyo na laptop. So this one's 84,995. It's an RTX. It's powered by an RTX 3060 6GB GDDR6. Again, it's 15 inches Full HD monitor. So Full HD is 1080p. 1080p lang naman kasi when it comes to esports titles, you don't need 4K. 144 Hz. It's powered by an i7-11800H. Tapos ito. This laptop, speaking of, is again yun nga. Yung with the memory, it's 8GB, 2 sticks. So you don't need to upgrade.
For more demanding,
Yes.
more for more demanding applications. Yeah.
Mhm.
And yeah, those are really nice items, Jarv. So saan nila ulit pwedeng mabili yan? Sa Shopee,
Yes.
official Shopee page?
Yes, sir. It's shopee.ph/NVIDIA GeForce official store. Kita nyo naman sa baba. So, give a follow, guys, if ever na hindi kayo makabili right now. Follow nyo, basta at least magna-notify naman yan when we do flash sales, campaigns, para at least makabili kayo at a discounted price.
Yeah.
And of course,
these are also available in store, right?
Yes, it's available in store sa mga physical branches namin. Kung ayaw nyo lumabas, actually may 13 branches kami nationwide from north to south. Hindi ko na sasabihin isa-isa. If ayaw nyo lumabas, you could just order online using Facebook or Viber. It's m.me/PCWORX or fb.com/PCWORX. So, yung sa m.me/PCWORX, diretso na siya sa Messenger. With the Viber namin, just go to... Wait lang, hanapin ko yung link. Kasi naka-bit.ly na link yun eh. Kasi iba yung invite link ni it's
Drop mo sa comment.
it's bit.ly/PCWORX Viber Marketplace. So join kayo guys doon if ever you want to buy anything. Actually, mali yung account na pinang personal account ko. Pinaka-comment ko, pero don't worry. Delete ko na lang. Yan. So, click nyo na yung link guys. So, may lalabas dyan na QR code to get an invite for our Viber Marketplace. So, yeah, that's it.
Yep, that's there's so many choices ng Asus laptops and of course yung mga GPUs dyan sa Viber Marketplace. And with that, actually we're getting a signal. We are getting a signal na ready na ang mga teams natin na magbakbakan ngayong hapon. Again, this is Week 7, Day 2. Playoffs na to. Alright.
Balita ko, may isa
Yeah.
tayong caster na naka-cosplay for today.
Nice one.
Medyo crossover
Alright.
siya ng Riot Universe. So, yeah, I'm
Nice.
excited to
Nice.
watch
So,
for the stream.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Jarvis, for again hanging out with us and our viewers this afternoon. Thank you, viewers. This is the end of the pre-show. We are switching over sa ating mga shoutcasters and to the GeForce Harbinger Valorant tournament series. Ito na yung playoffs. All right. So, yep, this is us. This is it for us for now. We'll see you on the next week. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Welcome back to the GeForce Harbinger tournament presented by ROG. We're back for the semi-finals here after we've had quite a few amazing teams play yesterday. I do want to take a quick look at the brackets before we jump into this. You guys can see how we got to this point, as we have had these top 4 teams surprise victories across the boards here. SR Nakagwe falling to Tricky Potatoes, a bunch of names that we've never even heard of. Dynasty Doe, or Diox, I'm not even sure. They went up against BLZE Shadow, who did do a good job last time I saw them play as well. One Accord Esports have been very consistent, and TC Rising Stars, they're at least one that seemed to be consistent throughout the week. So the main surprise there was Tricky Potato, as beating SR Nakagwe is not an easy feat. So good for them. They'll be representing themselves going into the semi-finals, and of course they are playing for a big old prize pool courtesy of ROG. That prize pool is as follows: 13,000 pesos for the champion and 7,000 pesos for the runner-up. So a lot to pick up here for the winner and for the second placer. So these semi-finals really do matter, because they'll decide who goes home with nothing and who goes home with something or everything.
Indeed, and of course, don't really go away for those viewers out there. We will be having a total of 3 giveaways, if I'm not mistaken. So, guys, go ahead and tag your friends, and these are the giveaways for you. We're going to have the 5 Aces gift pack plus ROG slash sling bag. It kind of reminded me of the hash slinging slasher, if you guys know that. If you don't, then sorry. Then anyway, we got the inside of that bag is drawstring bag, passport holder, NVIDIA ROG polo shirt, and a keycap keychain. So guys, all you have to do is simply comment with the respective hashtags, tag 3 of your friends. Make sure to share this stream publicly so that it's easier for the admins to see.
That's right. Those hashtags are hashtag FramesWinGames, hashtag PCWORX, hashtag Join the Republic, and hashtag ROG. Those are the hashtags you want to plug in to the comments below, so you guys can pick up those rewards. And if we hit 100 viewers, we may have a special giveaway as well, but only if we hit 100 viewers. So make sure you guys are sharing it, because the more people watch, the higher chance you have of earning cash money. So cash money always nice. And these little giveaways as well from ROG, they look absolutely stellar, absolutely gorgeous bags as well. And our first game of the day is going to be Tricky Potato versus Dynasty Doe, and that is the likes of Yorn, Sev, and Omjiz, and DOS, and Mister. Those are the guys from Dynasty. And in Tricky Potato, it is Kaylee, Cool, Nicel, Tords, and D-Sync. Very surprising results from them yesterday, and it did come down to an individual performance from their Sova player, who was ahead of everybody in terms of kills, and that is not always a great sign, because they're going up against SR Nakagwe. It's a team that has a lot of strats. When you have an outlier like that, it means that you have to rely on them again to do that work, which puts pressure on them as well, especially going into a semi-finals. So going up against these guys from Dynasty, it may be a difficult result to repeat. That being said, they will be going back onto Haven, so you will be seeing probably a Sova pick again. That double initiator, always a nice pick, as well as the Astra and a Jet probably, and probably a Killjoy as well. But these are the map picks: Haven, Icebox, and Split. If it goes for third map, we will be having a Split game as a decider, but Icebox as your second. You get 2 big maps to start things off. Dynasty Doe will be starting off on the defender side, and Tricky Potato starting on the attacker side on Icebox, as Dynasty picked Icebox. And Tricky Potato, they could get a good start if they can win on their map pick. They could definitely force it into that third map. But Dynasty Doe, they could also find that 2-0. It depends on... we didn't get to see Dynasty play yesterday, so their results are up in the air. The only player that we are familiar with is Sev, who is an ex-pro player who has returned to the fray. I'm not sure if he's done with study or whatnot, but he's giving himself a go at this tournament scene, and hopefully we'll see something impressive out of both of these teams.
Definitely. I mean, we've always say it time and time again, anything can happen for these games, even though there is the certain advantages for each team. There are still some surprises, especially with good gameplay. So right now, if I'm not mistaken, we're going to head on to the drafting phase over here, and I think you've already skimmed through the necessary agents for this specific map. Considering that Haven is a three-sided map, of course you'd want to go for the utility. And there are, like, at least for this patch, we are basically more focused on how the teams or how the players are going to really execute and time these skill sets. And of course, it's going to be very much useful in a big map such as Haven.
That is correct. And so we'll be seeing those agents getting selected momentarily. It is taking a while to jump into the server. I'm not sure if someone is taking time to load into the server. Here we go. As the picks are coming in, the Astra, the Sova, the Killjoy, they're actually going for a jet play. They've actually gone for a Reyna and Raze duo. And I think that is a fair choice. Starting off on the attacker side, you don't really get to use that operator. And you also have Raze, who works as not only a duelist, but also works as an information gatherer as well, thanks to that boom bot. On the other side, it's a little bit more of what you expect to see. The Jet, the Sova, the Killjoy, the Astra, and a double initiator setup by having that Sky, which means you do have heals available, something that Tricky Potato will not have available jumping into this game. So there you go. Those are your agent picks. These are the map picks, and this is going to be our first game for the semi-finals of the GeForce Harbinger tournament, leading into the grand finals for that 13,000 peso prize pool. And we'll see how they start setting things up.
And again, like we've already skimmed through this. I'm really liking the picks, at least for both sides of the team. They only differ in their duelist and of course the Sky as well. For the side of our attackers, which is the Tricky Potatoes, if I'm not mistaken, they have the Raze, they have the Reyna double duelist lineup. This is interesting because they both of these, actually most of our duelists provide that sort of mobility. The Raze with the satchels can really outplay these members if positioned correctly. The Reyna can just go basically invulnerable for a certain amount of time and time again. This just really go the distance. For the side, however, of our defenders, they're more utility based. They have flashes to work with. They do have Astra Killjoy combination as well. And the Sova for intel, it's basically the meta at this point, at least for always having a Sova in the lineups because of the intel that it provides. And this is also good because they are going to play a jet here, so it's quite interesting. Cloudburst, updraft, dash is the usual go-to, especially when trying to give space for the team to enter a certain side. So it's just about, again, if it's going to work into their timing. So it's more of, I'm not really going to question the skill sets of both of our teams. It's just more about how they are going to play, not just individually, but as well as the synergy that they have as a team.
Tech pause. I'm guessing this is to do with just kidding, got no idea who's at fault here. It's there's no one sitting AFK. There it is. It's Kaylee. Okay, that was disconnected. That's the Astra sitting in the attacker side spawn. So fair enough. They'll be starting over towards the C site, it seems, with the spike sitting outside the garage, and they do have the flank being watched. Very important to have. They did a very good job yesterday of reading the enemy's progress. If they were trying to get map control, they were very aware of that, and if they were playing back and playing passively, they knew when to be aggressive. So, Tricky Potato, they are still a wild card. A lot of them, honestly, it was a situation where the entirety of the team were fragging below everyone for the side of SR Nakagwe, but it was just that one Sova that was sitting above all of them on the frags list, and that was what made the difference. So I think that at least for the win condition for today, Tricky Potato, the rest of their teammates also need to chime in a little bit better, at least to match the fragging capabilities of Cool that we saw yesterday.
And right now we're just going to keep waiting for this because you'd want to see some playstyles in the most optimal condition. Over here we've already at least skimmed through what possible tactics that they could do in towards the sites and how they are basically going to give space. But right now, I'm still hoping for an interesting gameplay from both sides of the teams because some what they do, especially in the likes of the pistol runs, since pistol runs are quite crucial. They tend to push all together into a certain site, going for those refrags across the board. But seeing how they're placed in towards our minimap, I think they'll just go for a little bit of a slow push, trying to check out those peaks and maybe try to dwindle down the numbers in towards our opposing team, and then maybe go for the plant. At least that's what I'm opting for here, based on how they position themselves. Probably the likes of entering garage and getting the utilities done. And right now, at least for the defender side, into a bigger map like this, full-on retake is like your, at least for me, like your go-to, because it kind of gives you that opportunity to try and keep your attackers off guard as well. So again, it all depends on how these teams are going to play at. I haven't seen how these players have played it yesterday, but I'm really expecting quite a close fight here for both sides. But hey, Jaeger, what are you leaning to? Or to whom are you leaning to here?
Honestly, it's hard to tell. Like, after seeing Tricky Potato yesterday, they managed to get it, but again, it was strange odds. Dynasty, I didn't even see how they played leading up to this. They had an easier seed, I reckon. So, it is really a toss-up, and I can't really conclude who would be better. And there seems to be a problem with Omgis. He keeps connecting and then disconnecting. I'm not sure if he's having internet troubles. Like, if he's having, like, his ping seems to be okay, but there, he's reconnected again. I don't know if they're going to call the R yet, or there you go. So it looks like he was just trying to fix a loss issue. I'm guessing he jumped back in like 3 times and realized, oh, you know what, I'm still suffering from loss. Although Tricky Potato still need their pause to go through. And remember, there is a time limit to how long that you can pause the game. You have to, without a doubt, start after a specific amount of time. I think it is 5 minutes. So very soon they'll have no choice but to go underway with the game, and that's going to be a little bit difficult for, I mean, at least for Tricky Potato, because they will have a deficit if one of their players is unable to connect and start this game. I don't know what do you call this building? This is a Chinese style building, so I'm not entirely sure what it's called. It looks like one of those Torii gates, but it's like got a roof all the way through.
Yeah, like your entrance to a certain shrine or something.
Yeah.
But it's nice that we get
China.
to really view the map and to see, like different cultures, if you've noticed. But right now we are going to start with our game right now. So starting it off, we do see Sevier checking the orb from A long. No one has peeked it yet, but Yon, bit of an aggressive approach here, trying to push out the A, but will be spotted by the tower. There's an opportunity for Torch. The dash is going to miss, but luckily with the help of a bit of a scare with a double frag, or a refrag there, it's going to get the job done. 3 versus 3 on our clock now still. They are able to take control of the C-side. Uses a Trailblazer to try to get some intel, plus to catch them off guard just like that. Yon with the 3, beautifully done. And that's going to be a fake defuse, but Nisel gets one, was able to heal, but the double frag is going to happen. But you know what? Yon's not going to let that happen, and it's just going to go for the cleanup. What a way good to start this matchup with a 4K.
Was that important?
Yeah, that is the best start you could ask for if you're Jet. You want to like convince yourself. I picked a duelist for a purpose, right? I'm a duelist. I need to get frags to convince my teammates, convince myself that this was the right choice. You get a 4K in the first round, you're like, yeah, I made the right choice. Even for the next couple of rounds, I don't need to get kills because I've already done my part. And so, I mean, at least that can be the mindset when you feel pressured into that duelist role. And now, as a response, Tricky Potato look like they want to go towards the A site, perhaps split it between B, as the spike is sitting in the window, and they are going to get the information with the recon. No one has actually denied that information, and actually a Trailblazer goes through as well. They also have the Owl drone still available if they want to get a little bit more, but they are aware of the players sitting outside of A long. Meanwhile, pushing towards the B site, Doss is here to protect against his counterpart Kaylee, as both these Astrias might go head to head in just a moment. But if this is going to be an attempted fast B plant, then it has to be the fast stars going through, and then I don't know, those post plants with those pistols, they have to do the post plants in the site. You can't do pistols outside because that long range, it makes it so much more difficult to kill those kills. Sev, he's pushed so far forward, he's got that recon bot ready to go, but he's actually not going to use it. Instead, he's going to be Yawn once again doing the work. It's just going to be that ghost. He's kept that from the pistol round, he's continuing with the kills, and he doesn't notice Kaylee to his side. It's like his FOV was a little bit too small.
Beautifully done. All the way to dwindle that to a single member of our Tricky Potato. Nice little here, only with a half health to work with. Maybe he can have a little bit of a compensation, but look at this. Sova and Sky are already there. Recon Bolt's not gonna detect it, but Nice still gets a sheriff kill, only to be traded by Mister. And that, again, is another good point for the side of Dynasty Dude.
And, I mean, Yawn has now got 6 kills, and it looks like the Ghost seems to be his best weapon. He actually doesn't even upgrade at this point either. He picks up a Sheriff because he wants to buy an Operator on the next round. That's what my guess is. Sev has bought a rifle for himself, which he doesn't have to, but if he maybe wants to secure some extra kills before going down, he could potentially buy, depending on his performance in this round. And again, Tricky Potato, they like to spread out, get a lot of map control, but this push, this is the response. As they all push into mid, Yawn and OMGs is going to find a double kill in the middle position.
Deploying drone.
So right now, again, at least for these past few rounds, they've been playing for peaks, and so far, Dynasty Dude has been very successful in terms of winning these fights. And if you can notice how they're just basically passive here, they're waiting for the spike to be planted and go on full retake. So Don was able to see 2 for Sev to actually catch that. That's going to be a pull there, plus a blind, and Yawn to just go for that cleanup towards here. I don't think he'll be able to make it at this point, so it's a good decision to at least save what he can at this point. But again, going back into that pointer, if you notice how they're just passive here, they're playing for peaks, and then once they do it, they just hide once again. They're waiting for those audio cues to come up. They're waiting for that spike to be planted so that they can get a better surrounding of the situation. We'll be definitely cornering out our attackers here and just clean it for to their advantage. And this is what's been really doing well, at least for our defenders.
That's a good response from Dynasty. I really like the way they adapt, and knowing that they have the inferior weaponry, inferior range, they force close angles as much as possible, and they secure a bonus round, which is a really difficult thing to do. And Tricky Potato, they don't have that factor of cool at the top of the scoreboard, because right now he doesn't have any kills yet. Yawn has found the first kill yet again, and Yawn, these first bloods he keeps getting for his team, they just keep coming, and he is going to peak with the Trailblazer as well. And that response from Torch, you can see how slowly he turns around. He's already done his work, he's allowed to go down there, he's already found that double kill. Mr. hides on the right side. Did he see him cross? I don't think he did actually. But Mr. is going to start pushing up just a little bit, but they're already down to the 2 versus 3 and very low HP for Killjoy.
And right now, here, it seems to me that our attackers are having really a hard time, or a bit of a difficulty in trying to at least take control of a site. But right now, that's going to be a 2K from Mister. With that patience alone is really making wonders for the team. So at least for our attackers, again, they're having quite the hard time in taking control of the site at the moment, since it's not just the round that speaks for itself, but the fact that they are, I think there's like a certain amount of disconnection that's happening here for the team. There is no refrag that's happening. They are kind of like placed or grouped together, so that the collat possibly for our defenders is just, they're just taking advantage of that. So maybe if they kind of like force some amount of skills for to spend these skills from our defenders, maybe then they can have the advantage. So right now they're quite aiming for a B or a mid take in here. kind of going it slow. But then again, here's going to be the Trailblazer. That's going to be intel at least to get one. DOS, however, has the opportunity to push this out if, you know, the flash is able to detect someone, is able to flash out our attackers. But going back here, they're doing a pretty good job in being passive. But Nisel was able to take advantage of that Leer, a blinded Killjoy from Dynasty. A little bit of a whiff there, and Towards will take advantage of that. Yawn for the trade. Mister as well from Garage Kill, and right now they are acting as a unit this time for our attackers.
I like that. You see, Yawn doesn't push that smoke. He waits for his team to get much closer, and they allow themselves enough space to go for this retake. And we're seeing signs of discipline from Dynasty. That's even some of the highest teams in our professional scene. We don't see that level of discipline coming in. Yawn winning that first fight, dashes into his smoke. Kaylee expects him to have gone the other side, and Sev will win that first fight. Just very important, but running on the other side, Kaylee is going to shut him down. Good flick there to catch his head, and that is going to be the first point on the board for Tricky Potato, but they made it difficult and expensive. Dynasty did a good job on that round regardless, so Tricky Potato, they get that win. That's going to be a round for them, but their money is just on the brink of bankrupt.
And they basically have to do something about this for that to be, you know, for that to be basically prevented from happening here, at least on their side. Because again, if let's say they lose this this fight once again, economy is going to be damaged critically, and of course that could be another win for Team Dynasty. So they're aiming for another potential mid take here, or either a B to C, but I think they're opting for a C here. So right now they're trying to really work it as a unit. See, 3 members already in garage. That's gonna be a blind here. Again, Trailblazer takes one. That's gonna be concussed. Will be taking one to be traded by Towards. Unfortunately, this guy was not able to see Towards there. That's gonna be another head. Make it 2 or 3 rather for OMG right now. And DOS is going to spot out Nisel. That's intel for the Killjoy here, and for the others as well. But you know what? Sev is just gonna clean things up from B side, basically cornered into that situation, gaining their 5th point. So here, unfortunately, we're going to see a save for the side of our attackers here, having some classics, and Kaylee for the Sheriff half armor. Or at least they're gonna get some sheriffs on their way, because they don't really have much of a choice at this point, and this could be another round for Dynasty unless they are able to win these fights.
You're not wrong. They are going to pick up... I mean, with these weapons they have, we've seen them attempt to do damage, but Dynasty have been playing it safe every single time. It's like they're keeping track of what their economy must look like. They can see it at the start of the round as well, and they know what distance to give yourself when you're going up against these. Yawn's safe from that turret, and actually he uses that as a mislead, and unfortunately isn't able to catch the head of Towards there. DOS sitting on the side here. He's actually not being spotted by the recon, so they only know where Mister is. And great positioning there from DOS, using the confusion of that recon bolt, finding that kill, and they actually make a crossfire in mid. They know the last player is up in window, but even with that flank coming in, it didn't even matter because Towards gets shut down by Mister with a wall bang. And 6-1 is the score, as they have already reached the middle grounds for their scoreline at the end of this game. They're looking very dominant, and this, of course, keep in mind, is Tricky Potato's map pick.
Yeah, and it seems to me that it's not really going into their favor here, at least, or maybe it's just a matter of a Team Dynasty also favoring this specific map. So, again, but for now, I'm not really seeing any, or mostly not seeing, or we're not seeing it yet. Any super technical tactics that's coming in from both sides of the team, because at least the response of our defenders, they're gonna play for peaks, and they're going to force out these utilities from Tricky Potatoes. Tricky Potatoes, however, they are doing their best to work as a unit here, and we're starting to at least see it in terms of, you know, of how they work, at least as the round progresses. But right now, we do see here The Seeker's gonna detect a lot from C Long. That could have been a trade, but unfortunately it led to a collide. Instead, Yon will be seeing the Astra, but that's gonna be a miss. And Cool with that shock dart taking down OMG. But take note, this is gonna be a half defuse one. Uses the cloud burst. Mr. and company is just buying some time for the team to defuse that spike. But will they see it through? No, Kaylee still survives with a Phantom, but he might have saved that Phantom, but the round still goes to Dynasty Dude.
Yeah, that means 7-1. It wouldn't be a day of valor if we didn't see that scoreline at least once, and we are going to see it here. And Dynasty, yeah, I mean, it kind of feels like it confirms my my feelings from yesterday that that win from Tricky Potato felt almost stolen, because SN Kagwe have been training really hard, and it's just surprising because we've never seen Tricky Potato before. Dynasty as well seems to be the case, and there seems to be a clear difference. The aim as well, especially, like as you said, we haven't seen any amazing strats. It has gone down to aim duels at almost every situation, and doesn't even check this position. He can. Oh no, he doesn't confirm the kill. Okay, there you go.
Alright. I was nervous for a bit back there.
Just a little nervous. That looked a little bit sketchy for a minute, but he confirms it, so that's what matters at the end of the day. And look at all that map control I've already found. There's only really one place for him to be left at, which is hitting this B site. Yawn. Just hold it. Missed shot, unfortunately, but not going to be pushing that. He knows better than to get into a position where all of those peaks could be potentially lying in wait, but a solo peek by himself could have waited for a teammate to go for the double swing. They know where he is, but they need to play smarter than this, and Reyna is starting to make his way through defender spawn, so this could be a surprising result. Nice sell, working his way over. Actually, Yawn has realized the timing, and oh no, he's betrayed himself. Oh dearie me, he has no idea how close he is.
I still get
The
it!
timing!
Timing is impeccable for Yon back there, despite being in a close range. But I think Nicehook has had a glimpse of Yon back there towards City. But again, timing was in his hands, and it's an 8-1 scoreline. This is quite really working the favor for the side of Dynasty, and I think for the side of Tricky Potatoes, what they can do, however, is other than the double peaks or the refrags, is that have this maybe try rushing a push, because at least for the past few rounds they've been quite passive or waiting for or having a delayed push. But right now, that's DOS for a 1 dissing for the trade with the boom bot, and Yon for a peak up kill dash. Perfectly done right there. You do see Sev and the others for the flank. That is going to be the lockdown. Not gonna get anyone at least. That's gonna be Blade Storm. Sev will take down Kaylee as well. OMG destroys the turret so that there's not gonna be any hindrance. And just goes for the push here for OMG. And taking this round 9-1 scoreline. Wow.
Okay, yeah.
They gave it.
Yeah, a little bit worrying, but it's all good at the end of the day. Yeah, so far, Dynasty, you have to think as well about the fact that this is a map that tends to favor the attacker's side. You got 3 sites you have to hold, but Dynasty, because they keep being able to take that map control, we've seen 2 players push into attacker spawn, I think 4 rounds in a row now, because Tricky Potato, they can't wait for those pushes to come forward. Those pushes actually come really late into the round where you have to decide on taking a site already, and then the retake comes from every angle, and it's so hard to play against. So Tricky Potato, I'm not sure what that adjustment should be. Do they perhaps push all their players as forward as they can at the start of the round, just to apply that pressure, and then slowly go back and push towards one side, just so that they can't keep pushing forward? Or do you just strip rush aside at the very start, but risk running into loads of utility. That's like the toss-up here, and either way, when you get into these situations, at the end, you have to win the aim duels as well.
Indeed, and at this point, it's cool. The chances of at least winning this first half for the side of Potatoes are quite slimming down. But then again, I still don't want to disregard or at least disregard their chances of winning, since again, if they do switch sides for later, there is still this chance that they might get back up. But it's going to be quite the run, if ever, because right now, Dynasty is just dominating in terms of our score lines, not just aim duels, but as well as utility usage.
Swarm grenade out. Placing swarm grenade.
Oh, OMG, he takes a while to respond to the recon bolt, and Cool was waiting for that peek to come in, but it's nice to see Cool and Nicel getting the work done. It looks like that rush could have been the solution the entire time, as they hit that C site so decidingly, and the 2 versus 5 is left behind. And we have seen them win a round before on the C site, so attempting it again, that's fair enough. But Sev now left in the 1 versus 4. And not going to find the timing towards. Great shot onto Sev, a great headshot, and 9-2 the scoreline. And a convincing round in a long time from Tricky Potato. The rush worked.
Indeed. I mean, that's what I said earlier, so hey. But then again, it's nice to see at least that they were able to gain another point here for their side. So at least they do have this option that rushing is a working thing from them. But knowing Dynasty here, I don't think like a similar strategy would work twice. So they kind of have to like revamp that rush a bit. And here we do see they're eyeing it on the mid. We do see Yon a bit of aggressive in towards that window. But right now, was able to still spot out towards who has always been placing himself in that area. That was a fake flash because I did see that this guy saw Yon back there and doesn't want to flash his teammate. The spike is here, and it's only Cool as the remaining person will be hit by both hunters for the flash and to be ended with Mister. And that's a flawless round from them, 10-2. Only needed 3 rounds for the other half, and a long run for the side of Tricky Potatoes if they want to, basically reach us as a tie or an overtime tension.
I mean, easy enough, right? It's only 8 rounds in a row. After if you get a pistol, then you only have to get 6. So silver linings and wishful thinking on occasion, but we've seen teams have bigger comebacks. But I feel like Dynasty have been playing really, really well so far. So it would be amazing to see that comeback, but what are the chances? We'll have to see once this pistol round is concluded.
Oh, but that was actually a good tap for towards back there and towards mid. That's going to be a Trailblazer. Will be concussing the raised bit, and there goes the push from Mister. A trade respectively, all down to a 3v3, but the Mister still wins that fight. In towards that process. Actually, Nicel wins that fight, only for Mister to go for the trade. Cool was able to spot out 2 from Garage. Kaylee was informed of that fact, and right now Mister is seen and spotted in towards this area. Quite a cornered here. We'll be placing the star. Let's see if it aligns through them. That's gonna be flash, but yet Mister still takes 3. That's his 3rd right now, and Kaylee is on his way to A.
That might not be the right choice, but well, we've I mean, at least he's close enough to hear the plant, right? So fair enough. Mister going the wrong direction. I don't think he's going to be expecting this position from Kaylee, but it's already gotten around the corner.
Oh my god, this is it. This is so interesting.
Surely Katie must realize he's either gone a little bit too far, or he's gone for a full wraparound to the other side. And what is going on here?
This is so interesting for both sides. That's going to be a defuse. Goes in, but
Okay.
Okay, fair enough. Kaylee, he jumps off the spike, finds an instant headshot, and secures the defuse as well, thus confirming them their first pistol round, and that was very important.
they kind of like you know that Korean drama in we got to look at each other for 3 seconds, and there Kaylee ends. Kaylee ends it and was able to win it for the team. And you know what? That is good because the fact that they were able to win the pistol round, it's really crucial for them. That's very important. So this could be a bonus round for them since they will be having better weaponry here, having Spectres, Bulldogs, and of course armors as well. But again, it all comes down to at least for winning these fights. But with the weaponry advantage here, they can go in towards the site more confidently, comparing with the previous one.
Let's see, because if they steal away this round, that would be devastating for Tricky Potato. Having to finally get that pistol round, despite how hard fought it was, just to lose to a couple of upgraded pistols would be quite a lot to have to deal with. At least on a personal level. So Sev is slowly pushing towards this A side. Does he check his right side? Oh, he doesn't. He's actually going to check it not deep enough. Nicel secures a double kill, and that is going to be the 3 versus 5 already. And they're just playing passive. I do like this.
Oh, and here we do see Yon being low on health. DOS as well could be there for the frag, but Nicel again with the patience. That is a 4K. Could be potentially an ace if they were to give it to him. But right now, OMG still trying his best to take a hold of that spike. Will be at least spotting out one, but I think this sync will be taken down. I think they're gonna give it to Nicel, the ace at least. But they're gonna go in, and that's a head. But again, they were able to clean it up with an ace, 10-4. They're still living the dream.
Six rounds to make up here. Dynasty have upgraded their weapons, and Tricky Potato, they don't invest too much into this round. Even Desync, he's only on half armor. He's not going to invest anything more. He could request a ghost something from his teammate. Actually, no, he's invested a little bit too much. He's down to 400 credits. Which means that he won't be able to properly buy in the next round. But 4 Spectres and 1 Bulldog, we've seen Dynasty manage it. They played very close angles this time. Unfortunately, Nicel is stuck in a position where he has to play sort of long range, and they all know exactly where he is. They could use some utility to displace Nicel. The spray down is going to happen, but Nicel actually secures a kill onto Mister there. DOS is going to find Nicel inside the smoke and bring them back into a 3 versus 4, but this defense is holding strong so far.
Spike down A.
Oh, nearly a whiff. Yawn is going to secure the kill. Desync does get taken down. The 2 versus 3. Sev down on 6 kills, looking to secure perhaps a 7th or an 8th here. This is a doable 2 versus 3, but the low HP for Yawn makes things that much more difficult.
And right now, again, looks like Dynasty has been having a bit of a trouble in terms of their attacking sides, and this is what I've mentioned from earlier right now.
30
And
seconds left.
here, again, since numbers advantage is in the hands of Tricky Potato, they can really utilize this by, having that crossfires ready. But here, we're slowly starting to see Yon and Sev making their way towards C site, but they have to be very careful. They only have 10 seconds to
10
work
seconds
with,
left.
and that's going to be intel now. So I think they would let the spike go down. I guess they would, but Sev right here, being a bit of a patient, waits
Spike
for the
planted.
spike to be planted. And again, they can utilize their numbers advantage by that crossfire, unless Yon and oh, this is an interesting position. That's one, make it another.
Enemy
So
remaining.
basically have the advantage in their favor. They managed to turn it around, but Cool was able to refrag it, and all dwindled down to a 1v1. That is going to be the defuse here. He's not gonna fake it. He's not gonna fake it! Seb, you have to peek! You have to peek! But he did not peek! Unfortunately, that was a clutch for the side of Cool here for Tricky Potato.
We've seen a decent amount of those scenarios come into play in this tournament, especially from Tricky Potato. They actually stole, I think, 4 rounds from SL Nakagwe by just sticking the defuses. Like, you know what they say, pros don't fake, and I feel like Tricky Potato, if that is the standard that's held for pros, then they are the proest team, because they never ever fake. It's crazy how often they go for those.
Get out of my way!
Okay, Recon Bolt send over towards the A site. They do have the Trailblazer pushed into Garage, and Desync is waiting for a peek to come into play there. Nice sell. Look how confident Tricky Potato are getting on their defense. They're not afraid to go for these peaks anymore. They were a little bit timid at the start. They knew they were losing a lot of their aim duels when they began this game, but now they seem to be winning quite a few of them. Towards me finding Yawn, and this this lack of weaponry for the side of Dynasty is causing a lot of pain for them. They've found a kill at least.
And then another one for Mr. Again, this time their shots are actually pulling through and manages to equalize the board by a 3 versus 3. Again, crossfires are at play here. Seekers are going to detect at least an intel to where the members are at, so they can have a bit of an idea on how things are gonna go. Nicel was able to take Dr. Dynasty Mr. down, and here 2 versus 3. I think at this point they shouldn't really be separated in here, but OMG spots out one. Kaylee still with the better weaponry gets the job done as well. And for Kaylee, not sure. Oh, actually, kind of had that miss turn. Will be planting the spike. Cool, however, is gonna go in here. Denies the plant. Actually, did the plant pull through? I don't think so. But no, Cool manages to at least get it for the rounds here, and 4 more rounds to go before the scoreboards tie up.
Take a 1 round of it at a time, and you can equalize the score. Kaylee gonna need a drop from Nicel there. We'll have a full buy up in this round and some money left over as well to use. And Dynasty, they have bought into this round 4 Vandals, the 1 Phantom in the hands of Yawn, and they look like they want to hit the C side. They knew that it worked out quite often for Tricky Potato, and they're hoping it's going to work here again as well. As Kaylee spots all these players pushing down long, and the spray down, great recon bolt there works out to find the first and second kills. Yawn and Mr. doing a great job opening up this site, and a great trade as well.
That actually, I would agree with you on that regard. That recon bolt was very detrimental for the team to get that space. But Cool was still able to take 2 in the process. So at least at this point, they kind of want to calm down. I think they don't need to peek in. But again, Cool was able to detect it with the drones, but that's not the ideal play, at least for DOS. I think the better way that he could have done there was to at least run backwards or just sway it into the left and right. So at least if Cool does push, his gun is ready. But you know what? Again, this is another moment of truth. But right now, OMG cleans up this round, not going to let that defuse happen. And that turret also was a huge help for OMG, because it could serve as 1, a body block, and number 2, it's going to at least falter Cool back there to force himself to go back, because he is going to take some hits.
I mean, that is the benefit of having the turret as a if you're a killjoy in that clutch situation, it works as a double peak. And I do prefer that you have that killjoy, the last player alive, because it means that your utility has been keeping your teammates wary of positioning as well. Yawn, he avoids any peaks so far. We have been seeing Nicel pushing down A long quite often. This time doesn't seem to be their given choice. And it looks like they have pretty much all the information they need. Look how many players they've rotated over towards that A site, but they don't need to commit here. And Tricky Potato should be aware of that fact as well. So calling a premature rotate could cost them a little bit. Perhaps they're just worried about retaking the A site, because it can be difficult to retake it, especially from defender spawn. There's such small avenues of entry to get into that site. And here now we have the Killjoy ult coming in to clear space so they can hit the B site.
And this one, lockdown's going to be placed here towards B site. Not gonna detain anyone, but the Hunter's Fury is enough to detect 2. And that is just really a big help for the side of Potatoes right now. This could be their comeback. Kaylee takes 1. That's gonna be another, but the Colet's not gonna push through. Cool still is able to end this round into refragging for his team. 11-7 here. They're slowly keeping up the pace for here. Really, up until, you know, up until no one still reaches that match point, the fighting spirit for the side of Tricky Potatoes are really seen here. And I like it because they're potatoes.
That's fair enough. You do relate quite a lot to Potatoes in your own mind, so that's fair enough. And I don't like the B hits. I never like the B hits on Haven. It's such a difficult post plant to guard, especially if you're going to hold inside the site. And with Astras on both sides, and both of them have ults as well, you put up an ult and suddenly any post plant from outside is no longer viable.
Liking the pull here from that, so at least it kind of like delays the push here. The sync is going to be detected, but at least now they have an idea that they are in garage. So there's no push that happens just yet. They're waiting for the peak that's gonna come in here. Kaylee though is going to basically inform that the jet is in towards C. So this could be an opportunity now. They're not yet entering the site. They're making the noise, so this is interesting. They could use this presence from C as an opportunity for them to rotate to A, but of course they don't see that right now. But this could be their option to rotate a site. But here we see that's gonna be Blade Storm, but Nice still wins that fight. Sev here with the tap for that trade towards as well. Ooh, is going to secure another frag for Team OMG with the Frenzy Kill takes down Cool. Oh, the alarm bot. The Sync should have known that, but decides not to. So right now, DOS is going to go to A. But a beautiful Sheriff shot there. Is it going to be another beautifully done? But the plant is going to happen at A. Kaylee already has heard of this, so it's a matter of time who gets to win. But this could be an opportunity for Mr. to flank it out. But the defuse, is he going to make it in time? He goes to heaven. What the... Oh,
Kaylee. Look at his HP! How does he survive? How on earth does he survive that? He's got 5 HP. That's crazy. He survives on 5. That is very, very annoying for the side of Dynasty. This huge lead of theirs has been chipped away at just slowly but surely, and now 3 rounds separate these two teams. We need to see Dynasty get a lot more decisive with their hits. Like that aim, we need to see that come through in the rifle rounds as well. They looked a lot more successful with the pistols than they did with the rifles.
Revealing area.
And right now, here we do see, again, they're trying to enter a short.
I've got your
The Trailblazer, I think, was able to spot out Cool, but the Seekers as well gives a lot of insight. Oh, the dash! He gets bonked by Mr. here. But still, you know what? A little bit of a compensation here. You know, I'll just heal you. You know, I'm sorry for bonking you in the process. But DOS takes 1, and now they were able to take C site and plants the spike. So the presence, to say the least, from A kind of worked in their favor. So now Dossier will be placing Cosmic Divide from all the entrances from City and Garage because that could be their option. However, we do see Nicel tries to go for the flank. They should be able to notice this. Unless, of course, they get noticed by Nicel first. But with the help of the turret, gives that intel and secures flank. And now all it's left are the people in towards the site. Cosmic Divide here will be taking a bit of a vision here. But the Hunter's Fury will not hit one. But Cool takes one. Sev actually takes the sink down and Mr. to clean it up. 12-8. This is now match point.
C site seems to be a big problem for both of these teams. They might try that C split again, but as long as they don't hit the B site, I think they could close out this game right now. Money is really low on the side of Tricky Potato. They got 2 Spectres, they got a Marshal in the hands of Desync. It's really not great weaponry. Actually, Kaylee picking up the Sheriff and full armor instead of the half armor, and the Spectre thinking that this is the best path for success. Nicel is the only Vandal, Cool is the only Phantom. Those are the only rifles they have on their side, and they need to achieve a lot. And Nicel will start things off again with a good kill. He has been very consistent at the start of these rounds, and Nicel going to secure another one. That is going to be Yawn going down, and Nicel's doing all the work, a triple kill, and using that ult just for the superiority. They didn't have to push that so quickly. They could have wasted all the utility. They could have let Reyna's ult run out instead. They forced the issue. They finally shut down that Reyna, but the damage is already done, and Tricky Potato are going to find themselves a 9th point on the board.
Still, at least they managed to deny that 13th point, right? And you did mention it. Nicel here really getting that 3k is also, helpful for their team because, again, not just prolonging the game itself, but also if I am looking at their weaponry right now, it's very good. They have rifles to work with, 3 Vandals, 2 Phantoms, and it's a save for Dynasty. So they may be able to win this for the 10th point, really closing their odds into giving it an overtime. But that flash in lone is enough for Yawn to push and enter. That's gonna be another flash. Pain Shells dashes in through with the recon bolt, is going to detect the Sync here, who is in the corner. This could be an opportunity for them to push with a beautiful flash. Beautifully done, and now gets the Phantom. They already have their necessary weapons to work with. 4 versus 3. 1 from City gets in towards the smoke, but Tor still wins it out. This could be the opportunity done for this lockdown, as I was about to say, but both of our teams actually push it anyway. But the Cosmic Divide coming in is blocking their vision. So right now, all they have to do is ping it. I don't think that they hear the defuse at the moment, because this Cosmic Divide is really winging it for them. Yawn, however, is in towards the site and loses it once again.
They have won like this before. Tricky Potato have won entire games against against all these professional players with just sticking the defuse. Like, I don't think teams have learned yet that Tricky Potato, they don't get off the spike unless you peek them.
Yeah, indeed. Because, I mean, to be fair, that, this kind of tactic for Tricky Potatoes is doing well for them, because most of our players are quite conditioned that, they might fake the fuse, they might peek. But the thing that kind of helped them during that previous round was basically the Cosmic Divide. Not only did it really disrupt the audio cue, but as well as vision. So it's a win-win situation, at least for TP. They don't necessarily have to go for the kill, they just have to go for the defuse. And right now, in towards this next round, we do see both of our teams equalizing it for a trade. Mr., however, was able to detect Cool in that corner towards A, and also the other members because of that recon bolt. So here we do see a drone going down here. Pretty sure this corner is gonna be checked, and this could be an opportunity for a peek. But you know what? The patience is really real for their side. So they're quite taking it slow. To be fair, they still do have 50 seconds to make their decisions done. But here, this is taking them a while. I think they're trying to play mind games here, that thinking that they might have rotated into a different site. Take note, however, that the Killjoy has its turrets and
30 seconds
gizmos
left.
in towards garage and B sites. So up until that beeps, there's not gonna be a detection. And I like it how they do not neglect A site here. That's gonna be entry. That the pull was really on time. The recon bot's gonna detect the Astra down. Oh, but still take the trade respectively. OMG takes 2. They have now the time to plant the spike quite in this corner. Places a turret there for additional, 4th man in their sides here. And this could be GG.
This requires so much out of Desync, and I don't know if Desync can do this. There's a 3-way crossfire happening from spawn. It doesn't even matter. There it is. OMG. Gonna find Desync 13-10. It took them a while to secure it, but Dynasty will win on TP's map pick.
Indeed. And right now, it really worked well for at least for Dynasty here. The interesting bit, however, is the fact that Tricky Potatoes was able to still close out the fight in their second half. So it's really safe to say that anything can happen whenever our side switches. You did mention it out as well that it took time for them to close out this, because earlier it was like a 10-10-3 that manages to be a 13-10 this time. So if this scenario could happen in towards Icebox, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a close fight once again. But this time, if I'm not mistaken, this is the choice of Dynasty for the Icebox, right?
Yeah.
So maybe if this is their map, so maybe they have a different performance by then for both sides of the half. But we're gonna find out that until then.
That's right. With Desync at the bottom of the scoreboard there with 2 kills and 21 deaths, he probably didn't have the game that he wanted to have, and perhaps he comes to life on Icebox and we get to see that split, perhaps a reverse sweep available for Tricky Potato. But we're taking a short break, just like the players will, before the next game. So, ladies and gentlemen, please don't go anywhere, because we will be right back. Welcome back to the GeForce Harbinger tournament. I started speaking as the banner was up, so you guys know how advanced that we are. And after this game, we'll be having our first giveaway. So, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you wait till the end of this game so you guys have a chance at winning that duffel bag, those keychains, the drawstring bags, the passport holder, and also the NVIDIA ROG polo shirt. Sling bag by itself is already a good deal on its own, so you know, there's always a good incentive to join us. Make sure you put those hashtags in. Hashtag FramesWinGames, hashtag PCWORX, hashtag Join the Republic, and hashtag ROG. We're heading into the map pick of Dynasty Icebox for our second game. Let's see if Dynasty can secure that 2-0, or if Chicky Potato can get revenge and bring us on over to Split.
Very interesting, because again, we are seeing it right now that this is the pick for Dynasty Use. So right now they may have a chance to actually have this more of a spectacular performance. But then again, because we've seen how Tricky Potatoes play, I did mention this off stream, they're kind of like a high risk high reward kind of play, and if they do take that risk and they manage to really work it out for them, maybe we can force it out all into a game number 3. But then again, this is just a theory in which I could be proven wrong and or proven right. So we'll just have to see it. But right now, in terms of this is basically like a new map per se, or this is a whole new start for both sides of our teams. Let's say, disregarding our scoreboard right here, what are you feeling, or what are your thoughts in terms of both of our teams getting into this map?
Well, it's always dependent on Tricky Potato, isn't it? Because it's either you're gonna have Dynasty peeking the spike defuses, or you won't. And those seem to be the differences, because how many times we see Tricky Potato steal away rounds like that? They've had some great rounds where they've had some good crossfires, and they've had some decisive wins. Their attacker side was very lackluster, I must say, but their defense was strong. But only in certain occasions, right? It was either because they had a good crossfire because they guessed correctly on the site, or it was because they had the utility to defuse the spike. And in the end, objective is the most important thing, but you can't rely on it forever, because eventually Dynasty are going to be like, okay, we can't leave the spike. We're just going to have to put our crossfires up inside of the site, so far away. And especially in Icebox, that is generally the case. You can steal away a couple of defuses here and there, especially with that Sage. I guarantee you, when we go into the map, the Asian pick, you're gonna have the Viper, you're gonna have the Sova and the Jet. You're gonna have to have that Sage on the side of Tricky Potato, because they want to get that Ice Wall up to get that defuse going. So, I think Dynasty's still looking poised to win, especially on their map pick now. They looked superior in terms of strat, in terms of aim, in most situations. Tricky Potato, just a lot of situations that they managed to pull out of the hat, and there's only so many tricks up that sleeve.
Exactly, and I think we will be able to get to see those set strategies in here, because right now we can safely say that since this is Dynasty's map pick, we can say that they do have some tactics up their sleeves in here that can be quite notable, and we'll just have to see that if that works. But you did mention these ice walls for whenever they pick up the Sage, and I really think that they do. And if I'm not mistaken, this is a mirror fight for both sides of the teams. In Icebox, we're already seeing 100% pick rate for the Viper, the Sage, the Sova, and it's just going to play around in the likes of the Duelist, whether it would be Jet or Reyna, or for Somewhere in the Lights, or sometimes it changes to Raze, but still the concept or the team composition is still there. Now, since this is a mirror fight, we're not gonna see any excuses on the differences of utilities that they have. The only variety that we're going to see is how they use it.
We have had 4 different people call pause at 10 because they're all experiencing packet loss. I don't know where it comes from. It happens to every country in Southeast Asia. Also, actually, it happens to the UK when they connect to Paris. I think some servers just, it's like when you initially connect, it's like we'll just give you like one of the lesser ports, and then when you reconnect, it's like, okay, here's a superior one. Enjoy your connection to the server. And yeah, packet loss. All the players generally say, I would rather have high ping than have any packet loss at all, because high ping is delayed, but at least it's happening. Packet loss, sometimes it's not even happening.
Then again, I mean, wait. My line of thought kind of go burr.
I was wondering, I thought you disconnected for a second. I was like, is she disconnected? Or?
See, this is packet loss. This is real life packet loss here. but then again, go back into that point here. You do want to see some games at the most optimal condition. That's why we're like waiting for both of our teams to reconnect or have it up and running. Placing themselves in towards A site, both of the teams are stacked. So this could be a pretty chaotic fight for both of them. Unless, of course, that one team decides to peek one by one, then that would work the other. But until then, I am very excited to see how both of our teams are going to play in this map.
You, actually, no, I don't think I can ask that question. I have to ask afterwards. Because there's a branding issue there. How's your, you know what, I like your Jinx cosplay. I think you look amazing.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah, I mean, I think anyone that's seen it, I shared the stream to a couple of people, and they've just been sending me inappropriate comments of saying, "Come on, guys, that's my landlord / like
What?
sister /
Wait, why inappropriate?
cakes.
Why inappropriate?
Oh, people are objectifying you. You know how it is.
Don't mind them.
Yeah,
Think
but
think of
as
those people as having vegetable heads. It always is funny.
there you go. That's a good way to put it, right? And I mean, take your objectification as a compliment, women. I'm just kidding. Don't do that. But they are saying that you look very good, and I tend to agree. So more cosplays soon, yes, please. Please sponsor her future cosplays for the future streams for Fulcrum, as she is the official mascot. And we already have our first kill on the board, as Dawn has found OMG, and Dynasty is going to find Dawn in response.
What a good way to start our fight right now. So here, that's going to be the wall up. At least no aggressive pushes just yet for the side of Tricky Potatoes in here. So we are seeing that Mr. is on the flank here. So they're not neglecting the rotating capabilities of Tricky Potatoes. But right now I think they might commit into the site, unless this recon ball detects one. But this drone, however, is going to detect Yon. Yon, who was the Jet earlier, now is the Sova, assuming this could be their IGL. And right now, that's going to be another detected one. DOS, however, sees a gun, was able to take one to be traded by Kaylee. So 3 versus 2 this time. They were able to spot out one. Kaylee still wins that fight despite the right click, but with the cost of a low or a half HP remaining. This is a 2 versus 1. They can go for the trade, but the plan, it's not yet down. So Sev here is just buying some time for this team. But Yon just goes up into the wall and takes it down with the 3. Beautiful way to start our round.
It is raining hard. I kind of love it.
Man, let's go.
It is incredible. But that's a good start again from Dynasty. They continue on that momentum from the first game. Yorn seems to love those pistol rounds, right? And I think that he sticks to the Ghost going into the second round as well, because he just seems to secure kills with it.
And here, this is a different strategy this time. They're gonna utilize mid, but was able to see a shoulder, takes one. That's a quick dash from OMG, and Sev saves the day. And now having the numbers advantage in towards the sides of Dynasty Do, Mr. was healed. Actually, Mr. was able to take down Kaylee instead, is what I meant to say. And here, There's a Marshall. That's gonna be detected. Beautiful shot coming in. And to clean it all up, DOS here is going to end it with a Spectre kill. Flawless round for the side of Dynasty 2. And notice the shakeup as well in terms of their team compositions. Earlier, we saw Yon as the duelist. Now we are seeing DOS and OMG. OMG earlier was the Killjoy, and now they kind of like switched places as well. Maybe this could be like a sort of comfortable lineup for themselves, because maybe they're quite efficient whenever they use these specific agents in these specific map. And right now, we're kind of seeing light to it.
I love light. There's my contribution to that entire spiel you just gave. And Aldron to scout out the 5 players that are pushing into the A site. Yorn is going to spot all of them on top of Pipe. And DOS, this position could prove monumental to their success. As a bounce back down, trying to catch some players. Yorn is going to find a quick headshot onto Dawn. And DOS can't actually peek out to assist there. Will find HP back on after going through the Viper wall. Sev and DOS both finding kills. Now back in the 2 versus 2. Nice shots coming in from the Sheriff, but they don't actually secure the kill yet. Kaylee walking around on the ground. There is a Marshall picked up, but it's a dangerous situation. Finds the one, trying to find a second, but nice attempt there. Nice cell, surviving by the skin of his teeth. One of those bullets would have taken him out. But that is going to be the first round on the board for Tricky Potato.
Ooh, well, at least this is like a different, feat. They were able to get their first point with not a lot of, gap in terms of the scoreline. So that's actually pretty good for Nicel. Nicel here has been really doing wonders for the team. So they may, for the side of Dynasty, they may have to, watch out for Nicel as well. So not really degrading the other members of Tricky Potatoes. It just happens that when the timing or when the opening is there, Nicel tends to get it. But right now, OMG shuts down this said threat, and all the more making things work well for them, at least here in this specific round.
Oh, Yawn playing with fire there, pushing very far forward. Meanwhile, OMG will find Cool. And he's just on top. He's actually not checking on the other side. What? Oh, dearie me. Tor's going to find the double kill, bring them back into the 3 versus 2. A heal up on himself as well. Sev doesn't clear the bottom of mid. He might miss the timing on this Viper. He already has. There's no way he's going to check below. He's going to believe that no one could have possibly crossed. Kaylee's going to be able to get behind and perhaps get this flank on Sev and turn this back into a 2 versus 2. Oh, Sev, how have you dropped the ball here? Kaylee.
Ooh. Sev! Ooh.
There it is. Down he goes. Sev's going to be like, how does that happen? And it's like, well, you should have been watching mid properly. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. And yeah, you know what? Sev has been playing like himself this entire time. It's a little bit strange. And they spot the last player. Now he should be waiting for his teammates so they can double peek this final member of Tricky Potato.
Indeed. But right now, DOS, I like the patience as well, because he needs to force it all out. But Mr. spots it out, and beautiful wall bang from Nest as well, not letting that spike down and be planted. 3-1 in favor of Dynasty.
Well, response from Tricky Potato. They pick up the Sheriffs, and perhaps they want to split the B site, push a couple of players down mid, maybe a couple down B long. Just try and get a spike plant down. You can see that recon bot ready to go into second mid, as they do deny some information from the response recon bolt. And OMG missed daggers. He does have 2 left, but he's running out of opportunities here. He actually exposed himself completely from behind, and there is a Viper waiting on their flank, and boosted up. Not going to spot either, but that is a good angle he could have utilized in a different scenario. And, well, the rifles are now doing their jobs. Oh, that's a nice shot from Sev as he catches Nicel up in the face and switching to the... Oh dear, too many whip shots from Towards.
Ooh, that was unfortunate. And that led to a flawless take again for the side of Dynasty. So in terms of economy, Dynasty's pretty healthy with that. And oh my goodness, speaking of, OMG kind of lives his name by having the operator in this early of a round, which is great. And it adds some more, potential threat that is against TP. So TP here, they're kind of like split. They may have rifles in store, but two of them, specifically Kaylee and Tords, only have armor to work with. So they could be, viable targets unless they win their aim duels.
Poison orb emitting.
Well, they went for the immediate plant here. The ice wall goes up, and that spike should be going down. But did the ice wall go too deep? I guess the snake bite stopped them from going for that plant. So that's fair enough. Well, they don't have to commit here, but it is a little bit quiet. There's no one actually exchanging fights. And that spike isn't down, and do they realize that? They are starting to make their way back. DOS is watching the flank, and so will find that kill. That does give them a bit of space to go back towards A. And there's a res available as well. They do have the res available on their Sage if he were to push out to secure that res, but they don't look like they've decided where they want to plant. Tricky Potato aren't sure if they've rotated out, if they should just commit to the A site.
Not sure if Sev was able to see that foot in towards there. Oh, actually his crosshair is pre-aimed there, but Dawn still wins the fight. Mr. as well loses that, and 2 versus 4 now in the fight. You did say that they're quite confused, but now because the time was ticking, they managed to commit to a site. OMG was able to take down Nisel in the site all the way from under tube. So that counts for something. Dawn was able to shut him down. Recon Bolt, very vital, was able to detect one, and Dawn actually uses that op to take down Yon. Ooh, Dawn, Yon. I just realized that right now.
Yeah, like... Well, there's don't seem to be anyone else that seemed to rhyme there. Hordes. DOS, I suppose, but barely. Nicel. Nah, that it really is just Yawn and Dawn, isn't it? So fair enough. There are no other potential raps that you can make regarding these players. But it looks like the B site is going to be the point of contention here. That snake bite is gonna, well, doesn't really impede anyone. They all just go through the garage. Dawn is going to be clearing yellow. They're going to go for a wide peek, and that slow only impedes them. And up goes the Viper wall, but they just push straight through it. Does do a decent amount. They break the ice wall as well. That means they can't really go for the plant just yet either, as that snakebite was sitting in that position, and now Spike starts to get planted, and so many targets to find. That shock dart does actually hit towards and strips him of all of his armor. And Mr. pushing up close to the wall. He's going to ask for it to go down, and then perhaps secure a kill here. Nope.
Oh, that was actually a good turnaround. Actually, also gets the kill, but Dawn and Nisel gets kills of their own. That's gonna be a beautiful up kill from OMG, denying that Blade Storm, and DOS for the cleanup as well. This is now their 5th point. Beautiful retake for the side of Dynasty.
Was that important?
5 and 2, a fast retake on that site. They are prioritizing that plant just a little bit too much. They should be picking. They should be playing for picks a little bit more, I think.
And again, here, at least on this round, it's safe to say that we are really having a glimpse of the mastery that's coming in from Dynasty here, because they are advantageous in terms of points and how they go on with this retakes. And look at this panda cake right here, Mr. has laid upon. So that recon ball's going to protect him, that forces him to reposition. OMG kind of misses that shot but maybe waiting for another opportunity to peek. But he decides to, just reposition. But who gets the upper hand? It's going to be OMG. Is it going to be another? No. Actually misses that shot. But you know what? That's fine because at least that's intel that, okay, the Viper is going to be in B. So they might go for A. But they're quite stuck in A right now. And Seven does have their own share of kills. Seb, however, I love that he's watching under tube. So he can also protect his friend. But, ooh, actually changes course. Might have heard someone in mid, sees one, and cleans it up for this round and gets their 6th point as well.
It's looking a little bit like a Haven game as well. It's very one-sided once more. We did get the 7-1, to be fair, on Haven. So there is the potential that they get a little bit more than the 10-2 half that they had. But Dynasty seem to be making the best out of most of these situations. It is, again, only on certain occasions where certain players have to step up with some tricky potato that they seem to be securing these rounds. So again, it just goes to show, a little bit too gimmicky. You need to have a consistent way of securing rounds.
And then that's going to dink it a lot for the side of Kaylee. Actually being taken down. I know, as I say it, Yon just takes 2 and OMG just goes for the op kill. Dwindling it all to a 2 versus 5 now. And they just have to, really go distance. They're trying to be aggressive here, but at the same time, not because they want to secure everything. Woo! But from below, though, Yon was able to spot out Towards, who tries to get an A. But, it's not really that enough. Other than numbers advantage, we see that, you mentioned earlier that Sev wasn't having, like, a great game at the very start. But right now, he's making his way up there.
We out here, though. OMG. I love to see, look how much money they've built up here, and now TP sort of going for a half buy. They've left themselves enough money for a full buy on the next round, so trying to do as much damage as possible while saving as much money as they can as well. And OMG, he just keeps switching things up. I love this from him. When you have an operator that can keep playing different positions non-stop, it makes it so difficult to play around, because where do you position yourself? Where do you put your utility to counter that operator? It just keeps you guessing. Dark's going to use the ult to secure a kill there. Will secure a second. And getting just out of dodge around the corner will stay safe. And look at all that utility just being used to shut down this offensive. And the last player alive, sitting on the other side of the ice wall, can't secure another kill. And an 8th round on the board for Dynasty. Such a cool finishing move there. The little walking mech.
Imagine having skins like that. Cannot
You have too many skins.
No, I don't.
Enough.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
You know what I want? I tweeted about this. I really want the Sakura skin to get an upgrade. Why don't we have pink bullet tracers, and why don't we have a Sakura tree? Yeah, let's be a cherry blossom growing out of the corpse. It'd be amazing.
Well, yeah, I mean that could be fair. Ayo.
Hey yo, Valo.
Ayo, Valo, let's
Riot, and then give it to us for free for suggesting it.
go. Okay, so okay. I'm thinking because they're trying to rush for the side of TP, and they're also trying the late pushes, but it seems that it's not like the best solution for them. They tried to utilize like all of the sites actually. They tried B, they tried A, but unfortunately it's not working for them at the moment. So what do you think would be the best solution here? And I think one of them is, checking corners.
Yeah, that's a great piece of advice, I think, that they could take into their games. The teams that are more meticulous are the teams that win. That's always something that I stand by, because being meticulous, being careful, it means you're doing all the little things correctly. That's how you play properly. Towards, he is revealed positions just in case of anyone hiding around corners. But because the thing is, they also check corners after they've already cleared. And why did they wall? There's already a wall there from Seth. So that's an ice wall they could have used after the plant. So yeah, that is unfortunate. DOS, who has been an amazing anchor in this site, he's going to do his best once again to try and slow down this push, this take into the side. They can't even look his way because look at all the distractions being made by OMG and DOS. Going to secure the last 2 kills. OMG and DOS seems to be working well together.
Indeed, they are, and this is like a similar scoreline from our previous previous match here. Again, Dynasty dominating their defenders' side, if I'm not mistaken, and again, this is their map, so it is quite expected that they may have a performance such as like this. But I don't want to disregard it once again because we've seen it from match 1. TP was able to bring it into a close fight once they switch. But right now, looks like a rush push from B side is going to happen here. That's going to be the showers. Uses the Viper spit as well. Is it enough to plant the spike though? I don't think so. Nah, it's not. But that's going to be a push from Mr. Only to be traded by Torch, but still manages to equalize the pack. So I guess we won't be able to see any Viper spit from both sides. Dawn will be taking down Sev 3 versus 4. That's going to be a shorty, but in towards the smoke, still wins it out. That's going to be updraft and missed shot. Dawn will be taking advantage of that. DOS, however, jumps down. That's going to be an updraft and is crossfired by Sova and Dawn here. Beautifully done, and at least they were able to take a 3rd point before this first half ends.
Well, at least they've upped themselves by 1 point from the first game. That is a sign of progress. And it's on a map that they didn't choose as well. But we did see a really good defense from them on Haven. We may see the same thing here. Dynasty have picked this map. Surely they have a couple of strats ready to go. And we are seeing a big stack closer to the A site. So that Viper has to play fast information.
So with that, for this second half here, if I remember correctly from the previous match, it was TP who won their pistol, so that could also be very detrimental for them if they were to win this out today. So that's going to be an attempt on the B. I'm not sure if the Viper was able to hear that orb take, but it appears not. But the wall coming in from who is this again? Name Gober from Mr. may give them an intel that they could be at B or the presence is at B, but OMG, check your corner, takes 1, and this is now enough to take the spike line. Is it gonna be another? That's gonna be a dash in. Takes to place himself, but Nitro will win that fight. The spike has been planted though, but the board is equalized to 4 versus 4. DOS was able to see cool in towards that snow pile. Mr. with the flank gets a headshot. Beautifully done.
You also have to keep in mind, Yorn is still alive, and he loves these pistol rounds. And there, again, he's going to find one. DOS going to find another. He's actually not pushing forward too far. He's just letting his teammates take care of it. Sev's going to find Nightel, and that's going to be a 10-3. They win the second pistol round as well. And that is not good news for Team Tricky Potato.
Indeed. And did you see that lineup from yesterday?
I learned that.
From earlier round.
I learned that in game. Like it was post plan, and then I hid in a corner and I quickly searched on YouTube. Like, dude, what are you doing? You're just standing there. I was like, wait, guys, I'm researching. Okay, I'm researching, and then I did it, and then they defused the spike already, but it landed where I needed it to land.
Well, so long as it works, right? It got the job done. So drone right here. Let's see if it detects towards maybe in a bit of a sticky situation here, but still wins the fight against DOS. But that's going to be a trade coming in from Yon as well. So they may have another shot of an attempt at B, but they kind of forgot the spike here. So we'll just have to see how things work. Sev is going to take Don down, who tries to flank. Again, the spike hasn't been taken, so I guess they're just gonna go for the hunt at this point.
Do love a cheeky little hunt, and OMG not going to be securing any kills so far, but they really don't have to. You look how much map control they have right now, and I mean, it's the advantage, it's the weapons, it's everything they need. They can just choose, it's free real estate, where they want to put that spike. And slowly making their way into the A site. It is going to be a slow clear here for Sev. Nicel could do something from this position, but, well, entirely depends on the aim coming in from him.
Okay, ooh! Nicel was able to still get that shot regardless, but OMG has the opportunity to do it now, but that's gonna be a double peek. Yon takes 3, and look at here, Mr. is just going to place a toxin there to delay the push here. Spike has been planted, and it's only cool with the frenzy to work with that this is gonna require an amount of effort for him as well. Toxin, I don't know where it landed, but probably on rafters, but OMG cleans it up here. But even though, let's say, OMG was not able to take that shot, Mr. was also pre-aimed in that same spot. So regardless, that is going to be a win for the side of Dynasty. 11-3 now. 2 more rounds before they proceed to the finals, if I'm not mistaken. Am I right?
You are correct. Yeah.
Okay, I'm right this time. Woo! That was a close call.
Don't know why you're always right.
No, I'm not.
In one way or another.
No. I'm just, you know, a lurking potato. Anyway.
Is that like a sister team for Tricky? Nicel is going to be securing a kill onto OMG in mid. And that is going to pull 3 players away from the A site. So this could be actually Dynasty making enough space for themselves to take the site. Oh, nice shot from Dawn to Seb. He just jumped up for a second.
I mean, you did say it. They were able to get some space, but numbers advantage were in the hands, is rather in the hands, at least at the moment, for the side of Tricky Potato. So 2 versus 4 now. This time they waited, and a little bit of a whiff there, Mr. for the trade, but Towards cleans it up with a 2, and at least that's a bit of a space that they've been looking for since it was a continuous streak for the side of Dynasty. So maybe in this, you know, for the preceding rounds, maybe they can find, you know, a good way to really just go for some retakes, because that's what worked for them. They patiently waited. They waited for these peaks, and it turns out it went in. It just, you know, all of those bodies just went down, and it's just a matter of waiting for that right time to also place their skills as well. So maybe because of this, the response that's going to come from Dynasty is that they go back to B, because their chances were quite high in this specific site. That's going to be a wall placed here, interestingly enough, for who was the Sage once again? For Towards, which is a good way, because it kind of delays the spike plan. Mr. However will be taking down Dawn, who was in the flank. OMG, gonna updraft here. What is able to see one. Now an opportunity for them to take down Kaylee because of that spray. And now they're patiently waiting for an opportunity to plant the spike, because look at things are at in terms of utilities. The wall and the smoke is, you know, quite tedious to work with here. But seeing as how things are now, they both went to A for the side of TP in hopes that they could go for rotate. But I like the commitment still. They're waiting for these utilities to come down and probably rush it in and, you know, go for that plant, for that spike plant, and forces out a retake from TP. And that's just exactly what happened right now.
I mean, they've got everything they need in this post plan. They've got all the numbers, they've got everybody alive, they've got the lineups from the Viper as well, watching the back line. And I think information off of the recon bolts either. Just a spray to the other side. No one even tries to go for the defuse like they normally do. Instead, they all push forward. Nicel doing a good job at least, bringing it into the 2 versus 1, but the HP was already too low. Could have gotten a heal off. I think he used the Fate twice already. And that is going to be 12-4. 1 round to go. And so far, 2 very good games from Dynasty. Yeah, they kind of with the big lead on Haven, but here they've really shown their dominance on their map pick.
Indeed, it's really being shown, and it's also very helpful for them to have that dual advantage, because as we've seen from the rounds, they've been winning it. Of course, there are moments wherein they're kind of whiffed, but they still managed to get the job done. So because once again they won towards B, this is basically their go-to now. But this time they're quite scattered, because one, they want to deny that flank. Number two, they want to have a clear, intel of how things are going. And Don here was able to take down Mr. Yon for the trade with that shock dart, beautifully done. 4 versus 4. Low on health here comes OMG, but still the teammates are also there for the refrag, for potential refrag. So because they were able to take down one from B and they made presence to B, the other two just basically rotated from A. But they had to take note that Yon was still there. Adon, rather, was still there. So they had to take him down first before fully committing into a certain site. And maybe one of them, maybe one in the likes of DOS. Or, yeah, DOS is probably the best play to flank. But you know what? Nisel just denies that fact.
30 seconds left.
Oh. That's so unfortunate. Dawn getting caught out. Just as he starts to cross over, he gets spotted and a weapon picked up behind him to shut him down. They do have the 2 versus 2 now. They've got a Vandal available as well, so they have bad weaponry for the side of Dynasty, but they are separated. Kaylee is going to secure that 1 kill. A spray down going to secure another one. And it has to be the plant. Has to secure it. Down it goes. Backs away a little bit and spots the shoulder, but great job there, Kaylee. Absolute clutch master. Time and time again, Kaylee has been the one to finish off that last player. And great position for 2 impact frags to get them at least another round closer. But it's 7 rounds in a row they need, and they can't make any more mistakes. And looking at the money right now for our attacker side as well, it looks like they can sort of buy, but it's only going to be 1 player with a Phantom in hand. He's going to go for a Guardian and perhaps some half armor instead. And they won't invest too heavily, so they should be securing themselves a couple of extra kills, but it should be a round going in favor of Tricky Potato, depending on how they play this. There are great ways that you can screw up and that Dynasty can take advantage of mistakes.
So 12-5 once again. Sev this time is able to take down Dawn. And here Mr. spots out Kaylee from top nest, so that's information already for the others who are in B-Long. That's going to be a recon bolt. But beautiful headshot there, right in the crosshairs of Mr. And the Viper Spit Pancake is up and running for B site. Sev here is already in B-Long as well. Now it's just them waiting for the right moment to strike. DOS with that Guardian will be taking down Cool, who's running in Snowpile. Sev here. Ooh. Does not see the one from the back lines. So if ever went towards kills 1, this is an opportunity for others to, go the distance. But right now they're really focused. They're focused on Snowpile. But they don't see Towards in here. Which is interesting. Very stealthy. Ooh!
Oh.
Attackers win.
That was just like a freak guess there, I think, from Yorn to find that last kill. But he is always the one that starts the rounds. He's the one that ends the rounds. And this particular best of 3, he finishes off the 2-0 against Tricky Potato, who did beat SR Nakagwe yesterday. We didn't get that same performance from them again today. And it shows in the gameplay as well. There was a big difference between these 2 teams. And so Dynasty, they're going to be going up against the winners of the other side of the bracket, the two teams whose names currently escape me. I saw the results yesterday, but yeah, I mean, oh wait, I got it here. So the other side, it's Dynasty Doe and One Accord Esports. One Accord were playing really well yesterday as well, winning every aim duel that went their way. But Dynasty, sorry, not Dynasty Doe, it's TC Rising. We just saw Dynasty. It's TC Rising versus One Accord Esports. And TC Rising, they are a team that we always have come back. They're I say they're like an A-tier team currently in our scene, but One Accord could show them a difficult time. So that is the fight that's happening on the other side. But for this particular best of 3, well played to Dynasty, who have gone into the finals. And before we go into a break, we do have our first winner for the giveaway, as we only have the 2 for now. And here it is. To J-Zone Alonso, congratulations to you. You win yourself some of those goodies that can pertain to the sling bag and the keychain, the drawstring bag, the passport holder, and polo shirt. We also have another winner, so let's show on the board later on, as we don't have that available right now. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be going on a short break, and then we'll be back for another best of 3. If the other game isn't finished yet, there's a chance we may be casting the last game for them as well, but more than likely it's going to be another 2-0. So, don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back after the break. Welcome back to the GeForce Harbinger tournament brought to you by ROG. We are going to be showing you the final game of the other best of three, the other semi-final that's happening right now. That is TC Arise versus One Accord. They were both very strong teams yesterday. TC Rising Stars have been, this is not TC Arise, TC Rising Stars, my bad. But One Accord Esports, they were winning a lot of their aim duels yesterday, but we didn't see a lot of strats coming out from them. Meanwhile, TC Rising Stars, well, if they are related in any way to TC Rise, they should have some strats up their sleeve, but they have been brought to a third map, which means that they have been given a run for their money throughout all of these games, and now we head back onto Icebox to settle the score between these two teams. After things have heated up between them, they'll be going for a quick cooldown on the coldest map on the roster.
Once again, we're going to see another Icebox plays for, of course, different set of teams, and you did mention they may rise to the occasion for this game 3, because again, this is the third game, this is the last bet. Both of our teams kind of like reset the scoreboard, so whoever wins this is the thing. This is their last shot, and right now we may be seeing a similar lineup as we did from the previous match, which is basically comprised of double duelist, one Viper, one Sage, and one Sova. And in our draft, it's basically what I'm seeing right now. So, I mean, guys, you can't really blame them for having this kind of lineup, because this just really works in a map like Icebox.
It is the most consistent one. We have seen a couple of changes recently, wherein instead of having a Sage in play, or having a Reyna in play, they would have on occasion a Chamber, which can be good to have a double Sentinel on Icebox because you get information in the flank, and it's a lot of long angles as well, so that tour de force can be used quite appropriately as well. But this is, it's the old, tested, already proven likes of what you can expect. And yeah, you can see Nebza, Lelouch, Red, and Monsoon. These guys are TC Rise. Sky Blue is the seems to be a new addition to the roster. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zomia, Onita, Bliss, Doggy, and MD2. Onita was an absolute clutch god yesterday, and was one of the biggest reasons for the success as well. And so now, going between these two on Icebox, starting the attacker side, we should be seeing a lead coming in from TC Rising Stars if they play their attacker side right, because this can be very heavily attacker sided, but we have seen, like, even earlier today, we had an amazing defender half. So at this level, I think everything's up in the air.
Indeed. And again, let's see if what you say in terms of them with Anita having clutch moments from yesterday would reflect on today's matches, because then again, there are times where there are like up and down times for each player and each team as a whole. So we just have to see a matter of consistency as well for both sides of the team. Unfortunately, I haven't seen both performances, so I have yet to find that out for these upcoming games. And to start it off here with the minimap that we have right now, seems like they're going in towards an A site take here. Recon Bolt was able to see MD2, but let's see if it's going to equate into a kill.
Oh dear.
Sky Blue was able to take some time before taking down Bliss, but still manages to get the job done for the flank. Monsoon was able to take Zomia as well.
What?
Sky Blue will be crossfired by Onita and Doggy. 2 versus 4 on the clock still. Quite advantageous for our attacker's side. Onita gets a tap. Manages to equate it into a 3 versus 2. Monsoon. Ellie on the flank. Spots ahead in towards the site. Let's see if Doggy is able to see it. Jumps down but still takes 3. Good way to start the fight for the side of TC Rising Stars.
Full of really strange occurrences in that round. You saw leading up to that just how superior that aim is coming in from One Accord. They just hit headshots non-stop. It is incredible how consistent they can be with their aim. It was really the strats that come through on the take-in from TC that they left themselves enough numbers in the post plant. But in so many occasions, there we're seeing people exposing themselves to positions and sort of just not caring about what angle they're exposed to, and we're seeing some instant flicks, and I don't know, it's hard to say exactly what happened in that round just because it was so bizarre watching it play through. That spike's going down. They didn't play for picks, which could put them into a dangerous position, but Red is going to put himself into a elevated place where he can get some information, and you can see as well the information that came off the recon bolt. But Spectres will win it out. A fast win there on this particular round because they do have superior weaponry. But prioritizing the plant that quickly, it can sometimes backfire. So TC Rising should perhaps take their time, especially on this round when they're going up against the full buy, the rifles coming in from one accord. And this is where that aim really does come into play, and where they have to be worried now, because it's been consistent since yesterday, and also they need to be really aware of their positioning. We're seeing too many players pushing into positions where they have absolutely no cover and they can get flanked from every which angle.
Yep, and looks like they are going to have a change course here. Instead of going to A, would basically go to B. Onita here just having some random sprays in hopes of getting one down. One will be detected. Sky Blue here is trying his best to get some space here. Maybe waits for this wall to go down and goes for the Leer. Although I did see the wall was up but was easily destroyed, so it kind of delays their potential plant take. Doggy as well uses the shock dart just so that it can force out a certain reposition against TC. That's going to be a wall up and a Leer as well. This could be an opportunity for Sky Blue to check one. We're able to see it. Bliss was able to be quick on his feet, was repositioning himself, uses the recon belt to detect people. It's only going to detect Sky Blue. Onita for one. Gonna be another? Don't think so, at least, but it's a 4 versus 5 take. Note that Lelouch is low on health. Zomia with a tap takes down Sky Blue. Onita will be taken down by Moonton Ellie. A little bit whiff over there. Lelouch gets one. Doggy and MD2 have their respective trade. Ellie, being the only member alive for the team, takes 3, but Doggy for the refrag is enough to clean up this round and gets a Vandal for himself.
Very close round there. They bring it down to the 1 versus 1, and 79 HP was all that was left for Doggy. But it was enough to secure a round, and that was against a bonus buy from TC Rising, so they do have to still be a little bit cautious. I imagine that now with better weaponry, they get a better result, but sometimes people are more confident to take those close range fights where you keep strafing and you can use all of that movement speed that you get from using an SMG to your advantage. Lelouch boosts up immediately on top of the tube, and Doggy was witness to that, so they should be aware, and they shouldn't let anyone peek him from inside of the kitchen. But they don't take too much map control. You actually see players pushing in all the way from A main. MD2 will find red because they've used an updraft to find control over Belt, and Zomia has pushed in through to spawn as well, secures another kill, and now 2-man advantage, and they're okay to just back away and play the numbers game.
And in which, well, that's like usually the certain case, especially if you have that said advantage. So Zomia right here, giving information, but in that pixel peak still gets Lelouch down with really quick with the reflexes here, and MD2 whips it out, and Ebzer will be winning that fight. Although Zomia knows the location of the Sage, this could be an opportunity to push. But is the crossfire gonna happen? But no, Zomia still takes 3, forcing it to a 4 versus 1. Now they can capitalize on this said advantage. He got the spike. Sky Blue here is quite pinned down, and that's the 4K for Zomia here. 2 on 2. Like the tie here, and pretty close fight for both sides.
So they do manage to convert another round, and it looks like One Accord, this is something they were doing yesterday as well. They were very confident to keep gaining map control. They kept pushing forward, and it made anyone that's playing against them always having to look over their shoulders. And so on those rounds where they weren't pushing forward, some rounds they were just waiting for the push to come in, and with like 3 players watching the flank, they could win those initial duels and then have the man advantage regardless. And so they kept playing with their minds as well. The TC Rising, I need them to go, rise above that at the very least, and try and read how their team, how their enemy team is playing right now. As Sky Blue, great headshot, but Bliss and Doggy going to find one each for themselves. Monsoon, good for just the one, good for the 2 actually, as that vertical position was a little too difficult to predict, but MD2 and Onita securing 2 kills each, and now Monsoon can't find anything else, and that is going to be a defuse in favor of One Accord.
Really looking well, at least for One Accord. They were able to turn the tables around, at least for a point here, but the fact that they do have that certain momentum up on their sleeves, they can take advantage of that and capitalize it with what they have right now. So here, looks like so far so good, at least on their side, but let's not also forget capabilities of TC, because we also did see it in a certain point that they were able to get their shots as well. It's just a matter of timing, and the what do you call this? The placements of utilities is also the difference. Because again, when you're playing like in a mirror match, there's not really much of an excuse if you guys differ on skills or on skill sets. It's just a matter of the difference in when and how they use them. So the drone is not going to detect anyone here, but that's going to be a dash in for the Jet there. Quite stuck from Raptors here. Sky Blue takes 1. MD2 and Onita for the trade. 4 versus 3 now on the fight. Let's see. He is opting for any potential post-plant situations there, but MD2 still takes the shot. It's going to be another misses 1. Nebster takes 1 red for a kill of his own. Onita with some amount of lineups here. Maybe trying to delay some, but Nebzer here is still able to take 3 to equalize even our scoreboard.
That's a great 180, and that's a very expensive round for One Accord, considering they bought an operator. That's 4-7, and it didn't really find as much damage as it was intended to. And they will go for a pause, as I think someone may be experiencing a little bit of lag in this scenario. But yeah, now you can sort of understand why it's so back and forth between these two teams. On the rounds where One Accord are confident enough to push forward, they seem to be securing those early leads, and then that forces TC Rising to react, and they start to wait for those pushes and secure the first kill in response. And when they do that, then you start to see a more passive style of play coming in from these guys in One Accord, and then that normally causes them to get the first kill. And then in those situations, they start using the utility properly on the other side for TC Rising, and it's just building off of each round for each other, and that's why they keep countering. And the aim seems to be equal on both sides, and so that's why they're just going to keep reacting round after round. And it's only when a team can start to think ahead and think to themselves, okay, now that we've done this, they should be playing like this, so now we should react like this. And building of that's the only way that you can get ahead with a big lead. It's what we saw from the other teams earlier on as well, but here, not so much. They are just playing as reactive as possible.
Shouldn't be a bit too, reactive, because if that happens, tendency is they're gonna be all the more telegraphed, and if that happens, it's just going to be taken advantage of. So, at least the best thing that, at least for the side of, for both sides of the teams, is that other than playing for peaks, just basically know when to place these skills. So Zomia, early Lear coming in from them, because I think he heard the drone, and in a sense, MD2 was able to take Lelouch down. Sky Blue, however, goes for the trade, taking down its clone, to say the least. But Nebzer goes for the res. But it doesn't really, removes the fact that the operator skills from MD2, it can still be quite threatening. So now this is really a good call for them to really rotate, because Ellie was able to at least, give some information that there are not a lot of people in B site. unless that changes course, because Onita was detected in the process. They're waiting for this toxin to end through. And right now, that's going to be a Blade Storm by Lelouch. Snowpile, they are quite in a position to go for that crossfire with the cost of Onita's health. It's going to deplete, but Bliss was able to get that spray down on towards Lelouch. Red with the Hunter's Fury for that trade, but is it enough? It's going to be a spike plant. I like it how the push is not there, but Sky Blue is there to protect regardless. And it's only up to MD2 to get this clutch, but quite risky, and like especially having a gun like an operator, so that's gonna be an updraft. So they may have an idea that MD2 could be at a higher angle. Let's see if it works. I think it's just gonna go for the save for the operator and maybe hopefully get that exit frags.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, you're in a 1 versus 3 with 3 players peeking from the same position. It's smarter to save in that situation, and there's more money to be made for yourself as well. So 3 and 4, you give up a point, but at least you have weaponry to bring into the next round that costs you so dearly, and that could make the difference in the next round as well. So another round, TC Rising, again, it's so back and forth between these two teams. 2 rounds in a row, and then 3 for 1A, and then 2 rounds in a row yet again for TC. And I don't know, did we get 3 rounds in a row after this? From our defender side, there's no patterns emerging as of yet. And looks like they do want to hit that A site. You can see them, they've turned their crosshairs over towards that site. And where will Viper put that wall as well? Because they've actually guessed this. They've got 3 players here set up for the defense of this A site. And one accord, they look like they want to push them back. MD2 pushes forward on the pipes. Will find the first kill. There's the repeat. Will find Sky Blue. Zombia's going to find Lelouch as well. And there's a third one. A quick scope onto Monsoon. As we're looking for the last player alive who is watching the flank. And what good is watching the flank when your team can't push forward? As trying to go for the quick scope. Not going to secure it. But MD2 does have his teammates close behind to try and trade him out. As surviving a very little HP. Actually, Doggy is going to find the kill there. And he saves the operator from the jet as well. So 4 to 4, and they bounce back immediately.
Really quick reflexes for the side of MD2 over there. Just one quick peek kill. Not a lot can do that. Well, I'm only speaking from experience. I can't do that. But again, it was a big pacemaker for them to at least not just equalize the board, but to also get their momentum back on track. So I can basically safe to say they are in game 3 for a reason, and we're heavily seeing that demonstration as to why these teams, both of our teams it's as if they're on par with each other. But this game is going to be the deciding factor of who gets to be slightly advantageous, at least in this case. So both at least Bliss starts it off taking down Onita. No. Names go burr. Ellie, there you go, Ellie. There, at least for the side of TC, and now they're slowly trying to make their way towards B. Onita takes 2 before only being taken down by Nebzer for the trade. So this all the more kind of is advantageous for Accord, and as well as MD being fast on his knees, takes 1, making it under from B Garage, and to get their 5th point now.
And yeah, maybe there is a pattern emerging. If you look at the scoreboard, 2 to TC, 3 to 1A, 2 to TC. Is this going to be a 3rd to 1 Accord? That is the question. MD2, again, those operator shots have just been spectacular, and he's looking to repeat that success. He is back on the A site. And what is the plan here for TC Rising? It looks like they want to try and go to mid, perhaps smoke the other side of the tube and just go underneath and get into that site, which would put a lot of pressure on Viper inside that B site. He's going to need some of those snake bites to fall down onto the site, and they've all gone straight on through. First fight to win. Onita will find the kill onto Monsoon. So Mia and Bliss are pushing forward with their teammates in tow, and spotted on the flank. Sky Blue, who's waiting for someone to try and push under the tube, doesn't expect to get flanked from the A site. Nebza trying to catch Onita there, but Lelouch has done it by himself. 3 versus 4, low HP for the Jet of TC Rising.
Ooh, TC Red, really nice anticipation. They're taking down Bliss from mid, going when he came from under 2. Doggy, however, has that intel. That's going to be Recon Bolt. Not going to detect one, but Zomia still takes Red down. This is an opportunity for them to push Nebzer, and MD2 takes 1 and 3K for Zomia here to clean up this 10th round. 6-4 now on our scoreboard. Looking pretty well for Accord, and also they're just capitalizing on their momentum as of the moment.
So yeah, there's the trend. Now watch TC Rising win these last 2 rounds. It's gonna go 1-2 to TC Rising, and then 3 again to 1A, and then that's how they're gonna win in the end, because it's gonna keep going back and forth at 3 and 2 exchange points. And aggressive once again, the operator pushing very close up on pipe. Lelouch does not push onto the other side. He doesn't want to try and take a fight with that Jet and that operator. And instead, the wall's going up over towards the B site, and Onita just going to have to try and back away as Doggy spots a player in mid, and he's probably feeling that pressure that he should probably leave and go rejoin his teammates. And Onita waiting for that attempted spike plant on the B site.
Which is what we have seen in towards the previous rounds right now. So Red, they're giving intel to their people here. MD2 was spotted, as well as the drone. He can be seen. They could use this as opportunity to double peek, but they're not expecting Zomia here yet. That forces out the dash. That's gonna be a Lear shock dart in, but still manages to get the job. Then uses the Lear to reposition. It's gonna be another yes indeed with the Lear as well to finally give him some better footing. MD2, however, spots out one, misses the shot, but still, we are seeing Doggy here for the trade from the behind. That's a crossfire, beautifully done, but with the cost of MD2 with a break of health, but still numbers advantage in towards the side of Accord, and with only 4 bullets to work with, Doggy cleans it up, beautifully done with a 7-4 scoreline here. And it's as if that Accord suddenly switches on their momentum, and they're just popping off right now.
Yep, they seem to have ruined my predictions. They've gone 4 rounds in a row, and now they're looking to perhaps score a 5th.
You can say that you jinxed it.
I could say that, but I won't, because no, nothing's my fault ever. So,
Oh, wow.
with this timeout, TC trying to secure the final round of this first half, just hoping to get the scoreline as close as possible once they switch to the defender side here. And I'm not sure entirely what they can switch up here. They do have to they have to find a way to either deal with the operator inside of the A site, or to deal with the walls that are coming up from Onita on the defending side in B. And it keeps screwing them over here. When they hit that B site, it keeps messing with them, and they need to either have the drone go in first and not reveal themselves so quickly for those fights, or they need to try and beat all that utility coming out from the Viper. I don't think they're using the utility nearly enough to open their way in.
Exactly. And the fact that they, at least for the previous rounds, they haven't been able to really, place the spike down. Or if it were, then it's just easily being retaked by Accord. So right now, they're gonna try another B take, but the Viper spit may be a tedious thing to work with here. So Onita wasn't detected, or at least not, but I think there was a glimpse that Red was able to take a peek through. So right now, you're just waiting for the right moment to strike. Sky Blue and the Jet here, or Lelouch, can use it to double peek and take Onita down, which is the objective. But then again, we're seeing some crossfires here. Sky Blue takes one, taking Bliss down. Onita, I think, might see Nebzer in this process as well. Ooh, spots out one and takes it down as intended. Onita now is telegraphed to be here. Whips a bit, takes down one before Lelouch getting the trade. MD2, however, is going to take one. Watches it. Was able to spot out red, so that's an intel that they're gonna go towards A.
Here.
And I don't. Oh, I love this. MD2 is still anticipating.
Get
one
out of
can
my
still
way.
be
30 seconds
flanking.
left.
That's going to be both of our Jet using their Blade Storms respectively.
Spike planted.
That's gonna be a recon bolt
Scanning ahead.
for the team. Let's see if they are able to detect one.
Last player.
Oh, but Ellie takes one. Doggy for the trade, but Doggy's the only member alive. This is quite interesting because they're in a good position to take one down. Kind of look up on your corners here. Doggy still takes that fight. And that's going to be a defuse, maybe probably a half. It's not open plant, but the Hunter Sphere is going to happen anyway. That's going to be one. Not going to be able to miss. That's going to be a fake. Uses the shock dart. Is it enough? Oh! Good utility usage from Red. Enough to buy him some time into a 7-5 scoreline. Still a viable scoreline to play with now that we have switched sides.
Yep, a pistol round could get them straight back into this game. But still, I mean, every single time it comes down to that 1 versus 1. They just keep doing this, and it's always the choice of who is that last player alive doing the work. That spike was down, all that utility was available. There were definitely ways that you could have avoided that fight for One Accord as well, but I think Red did a great job with that utility. And now the question is, where do they go? Because they're all spread out here, and the attacker side for One Accord, they don't really get that surprise antic that they have when you're pushing on the defender side, because you're not expected to push the defender side, but on the attacker side, you have to push. And so they can play defensively, but we are seeing the same strat coming from TC Rising as they are pushing all the way down mid, perhaps to catch this Viper. Anita is watching the flank.
Which is actually a good, it's actually a good discipline here. So that's an interesting crossfire. Monelli takes one down. Onita for the trade. Bliss as well. Loving it that they're playing for peaks here. They're waiting for these heads to go in towards their crossfire. MD2 spots out Nebster down, but this is an opportunity for him to play along the mid. But is going to spot out one, misses some shots, but there's an opportunity for a crossfire. Ellie, though, will be taking Doggy down. MD2 quick on his feet, gets one, and Bliss to clean it up. They have won this pistol round for this game. And again, this could be a potential bonus round. Not bonus round. More like another round for them for the taking here, since they do have better weaponry to work with.
Just extending their lead little by little, very important for them right now. And especially on their attacker side, I feel like it is going to be a little bit more lackluster compared to their defender side from earlier. But they have bought up 2 rifles and 3 SMGs. This is going to be enough to get some good money bonuses going. And hopefully these rifles don't whiff their advantage, as good amount of damage done by that shorty, and even more damage done as well, as finally heal comes in. Took a little bit of time. That should be instant, shouldn't it? Well, oh dearie me, caught in the middle of a reload, but Bliss, Onita, and MD2 watching their teammates. Sky Blue is going to find Doggy. They know where he is. MD2 boosts up. Could be an instant headshot here, and spray down takes advantage of the full auto. Will pick up a share for his troubles as well, and 9-5 is the score. And they do have 2 weapons upgraded, so they do stand a chance against this buy coming in from TC Rising. But more often than not, we do see that 3rd round always go in favor of the team that didn't win the pistol.
But, we'll just have to see. Again, anything can happen for both sides of the team here. It's either they really capitalize on the weaponry that they have now for the side of TC Rising, or, this could be, now this time, a bonus round for One Accord. Now they're marching in towards mid with that wall up, and grabs, checks the corners first for MD2. I think he kind of heard someone in the process. That's going to be a drone, but he decides to hide here towards Kitchen Tube, but still is able to be taken down. Taking one down, make it 2 despite being slowed. which is great in terms of numbers advantage. Ellie for the trade, taking down Somia. Lelouch as well takes MD2 down, equalizing all to 3v3. Now this could be a good crossfire for them, to say the least. That's gonna be a recon bolt. Lelouch tries to go for the peak, only sees one. That's one for Onita, and Sky Blue from the behind takes Bliss down, and this is going to be their 6th point here. They also have enough time to really defuse the spike. Loving it how they were able to use their positions right here and pin them down in a corner.
Yeah. Always nice. Pinning. So 6 and 9, also part of that joke, is going to be the scoreline heading into the 16th round for this game. And that spike is sitting again once outside of the A site, and they are just going to wait for the pushes from mid and from B long, but straight to the side actually. They are going to try and stop anyone that might be pushing as well. That's going to be a crossfire in Maze. MD2 could find a fast kill there. Not fast enough, pulling the weapon out after sending out that flash. There is a small time delay that he didn't account for there. Lelouch will catch MD2 as well, and this defense so far has gained them the advantage.
And 3 versus 4, they are quite scattered, but it is enough to at least give them a better ground. Doggy here will be taking Ellie as well. Was able to switch it into a 2 versus 2 now, since Red was able to take down Bliss. They are going to decide to commit to B. Ooh, but Nebzer quickly denies that fact, leading it all up to Anita to do the clutch plays. Not sure if Nebzer has heard of these footsteps, but he has to look the other way. Ooh, but he is hidden.
Left.
He is hidden in this vicinity. Takes that bait, was able to dig him, but Nebzer still wins the fight.
There you go. 2 rounds now separate these two teams. They are starting to catch up yet again, and they've been so balanced all throughout the day. We have been seeing a couple more successes coming out from One Accord, especially because MD2 is up to 21 kills right now. He's had a heroic performance, and Zomia, he's going to be the only one without armor here. Everyone else do have... Oh, never mind. He actually brought up some half armor. So yeah, they are going to use some upgrade pistols to attempt to do some economic damage here, as all 5 players try and hit this A site. That wall should be going up, covering off screens, and giving them the space to enter into the side. They're afraid of players being very close by. And that's actually boosted up on top. Do they check that position? There's the wall, covers the Lelouch off, and that is going to give them plenty to work with, as Monsoon, was he spotted there by Anita? Well, it definitely has been now.
Has been now. I mean, that answers your question, right? So it's the W spray and pray that is working wonders for their members at the moment. Sky Blue takes 2. It's gonna be a defuse as well. Was able to see MD2 there as well, and now it's a 9-8. 1 more, and it is a tie now for at least on our scoreline. See, I told you anything can happen once the side switches.
That's true. Anything could happen. Could have been a 13-5. Could be a 7. Could have been a 7-13 right now. Looks like we're heading towards the 9-9 and perhaps overtime still to come as well, as these guys are keeping the scoreline close. But this defense from TC Rising is looking better as the rounds go on. So now they have to defend against a full buy. That's going to be the Owl drone to find the information first, as MD2 tries to push with the drone, try and refrag for it should it get destroyed.
So far, no casualties just yet. Bliss does have the res to work with here. So, you know, Bliss just basically goes in there, takes the peek, and takes the shot. 4v5 now. for their side. The wall is destroyed, but at least they do know that someone is from Snowplow, so they can have the option to double peek it.
Here.
Now they just have to be very careful in how they take these fights. Liking how Zomia is still on the flank. Not neglecting that opportunity. Do you see MD2 spotting out Red? Takes a jiggle peek. Not wanting to get that unnecessary casualty. The Hunter's Fury. Let's see. Red is going to be taken down by Doggy.
30 seconds
That was
left.
actually good information for the side of One Accord. So right now, Zomia is on its way to the flank. Nebser had sense to that and actually wins the fight. So others just have to be very, very patient towards it. That's going to be Deefy. Shockdart tries to go it. Lear is making things hard, but MD2 still spots out the fight. Lelouch for the trade, but for the cleanup, MD2 was able to take Lelouch down. 10-8 in our score, and that's going to be a double-digit score for One Accord, trying their best to basically have the advantage in their hand.
Managed to extend it one more time, and I kind of like some combinations there. There's a wide peak over towards towards Snowman, and then you see like the Hunter's Fury pushes him out of that location. He has to jump back into the ult there, and he's sort of just destroyed by it. So there's some ideas here that we're getting from One Accord that are really nice to see that we didn't get to see from them yesterday. So strats developing, always nice from a new team. Sky Blue, he's gonna find MD2. And that is going to be already a disadvantage for One Accord.
And again, we're having another attempt at being here. Liking this plant here. At least it's not default. Ooh, but Sky Blue was able to take Zomia down despite the wall being up. Bliss has the opportunity for the res, but he has to be very careful about it. So right now, we do see Onita being detected. Sky Blue takes Bliss down. No res is gonna happen at this point in time. Onita and Doggy takes a trade of their own, but Nebser is not gonna stop there. Takes two, and another point for the team. At this point, we're actually seeing a rally for both sides of the team. Now I'm starting to understand why both of them reached game number 3. Seems like no one wants to back down.
Yeah, they really want to be in these grand finals. Whoever doesn't win this is not going to have a chance at either the 13k or the 7k. Neither of those are going to be on the board for you. It really is only one that succeeds here. And I get the feeling that our final game may be easier than this current matchup, which is so back and forth. And whether or not that's towards the winner of this game, who gets the advantage, or if it's towards Dynasty, who had some great strats and aim as well. I don't see it being a close game, but, well, it actually could be. We'll see. As missed shots there from Lelouch, MD2 going to be surviving just by a little bit, as Doggy and Bliss both finding one taps with the Sheriffs, looking to find that 11th point here on the back of these pistols.
Ooh, but Lelouch seems to be able to take Bliss down. Hunter's Fear as well, but was dodged by MD2. Nebzer will be reviving Sky Blue for that numbers advantage. So right now, with only little to work with here, but they were able to plant the spike. So at least they do have extra money when the next round have. Red was able to take down Onita from Kitchen. Doggy was able to acquire himself a Spectre. It's gonna be a bit of a whiff there. MD2 with the quick 3,000 was able to dash in, only for Lelouch and Skyblue to double peek and clean up the fight. And just like that, we are now tied to the scoreboard. And once again, it's anybody's game.
I think TC Rising are putting up a much better performance on their defense here than we saw from the other side, and I think they may just be pulling ahead. They do have weapons available on the side of One Accord, which seem to be a big weakness for TC rising.
Mhm.
But I can still see them finding the rest of these defender side rounds. And simply because they've been very smart on these retakes. They've been knowing exactly which fights that they should be approaching. They've been losing some of those fights, but they've been making the right decisions.
And that's the important thing at the end of the day, isn't it? Even though you have some casualties or sacrifices along the way, the fact that they were able to win the round is the vital thing for this. So I think they were able to hear that out. Ooh, it's going to inflict some damage from MD2 to say the least, but has to be very careful. Peeking Shockbird's not gonna take any damage to others. That's gonna be a heal. Will he spot out the head? I am not so sure, but right now he spots out Nebzer. Nebzer with an advantage takes MD2 down. Sky Blue uses the Empress. Can he go for the Leer? Let's see if the rest is gonna happen. Yes, indeed. Where's the protect? Ooh, Nebzer still wins that fight. Lelouch as well, and red. Ooh, there are bodies on the floor. The position is not in their favor at the moment, but look at he's just playing with the ropes. And the others as well. At least that was Nebzer, who also tries to help him. I know he managed to clean up the fight into that rodeo that he did. And now, just like that, turned the table around. At least by 1 point.
It was a flawless round as well, so it is quite a good performance from them on that particular round. And each time they do that, they are ruining the economy for One Accord, so they actually have to give up match point in order to buy on the next round. So that's not it's not the best situation right now for One Accord. Oh, actually, they've actually bought up, but there's no armor for Anita, and gonna have to be the ult for MD2. Half armor for Doggy. It's not a perfect buy, but they have ults available, and we've seen them make them work.
And right now, do you see the drone here? I'm not sure. It's not gonna detect anyone here. One Accord has to be very, really good for these strategies at this point. So that was actually a good Blade Storm from MD2. Lelouch as well as on Rafters. Let's see if he gets to be spotted. Yes, indeed. But Lelouch gets MD2 down. Ellie with a kill of his own Ebser. Ooh, that's actually a good trade. That's going to be an updraft Bliss. Oh, however, we'll take Red down. That's going to be a 3 for Bliss there from the behind. Ellie knows one, but still gets Doggy down. A Toxin. Ooh, but the timing went into the favor of Bliss enough to get him a 4K.
They've somehow swung it back despite the broken buy and not having everything they need. It's just typical of them. They will be finding their way to do the damage that they need to do. And now, this is the fight for match point. And it really does look like that overtime is more and more likely.
I mean, both of our teams are very competent, you know? And they were able to bounce back from each other whenever one has a certain amount of gap. And right now, if you notice that this time One Accord has been very cautious on how they're going to take sites or how they're going to enter, and they're waiting for the peaks this time because they're really starting to recognize the threat that they impose. And look at that, Sky Blue takes one, just a quick peek from the other area, was able to take 2 down, and it all the more gives them a higher chance of getting the said match point here. And Bliss needs one more kill to potentially revive someone. If Bliss could take Sky Blue, then that's great. But if not, it's not going to at least work well for them in terms of man advantage.
Here.
This is such a difficult salvage that they're required to pick up here.
Here.
30 seconds left.
Looks like Bliss also has an idea where Ellie is at in towards the boxes. Should be able to know that it's in the corner since, you know, the toxin kind of bounced. But they don't have the time to plant the spike. this point. They have to do it.
10 seconds
Oh,
left.
okay. Have to do it. Oh, I think that was a bit of a One Accord taking a bit too much of a time
Match
idling,
point.
and it kind of paved the way for an opportunity for Skyblue to just capitalize on a good position, which is Snowman. Notice how they had quite a difficulty in terms of a longer range fights in the process, but still, One Accord can still force an overtime here if they manage to play their cards right.
Yeah, we have had a disconnect from 1A Ray. I think that might be the coach or something. But doesn't look like it's a big deal for them. They're just going to continue on with it. MD2 leading the charge as the Owl Drone will be the one to get information. Both the Owl Drones cross paths and they see the player that's going around the corner. Out comes the Hunter's Fury. It's going to find Nebza, Sky Blue, and Red. Bliss, my goodness. Finding all these kills and even a kill onto Lelouch as well. And now 1 versus 4. This is going to be an overtime because you're asking for way too much from Monsoon to try and clutch this out.
Oh, but Ellie still gets one in the process. Let's see. Was able to spot out MD2. Let's see who gets the bigger fight here. They have the option of doing the crossfire. Keep it Toxin down. But MD2 is able to clean it up and looky here, have an overtime.
What a surprise.
Switching sides. Overtime.
This is going to go on for a while as well. These two teams are way too closely matched. They're going to go into the last game. They're going to be so fatigued in this last game, in their last best of 3. This is just their first, and they've already played the approximation of what could be 2 best of 3s already.
Indeed. And this is also going to the mental state or the mental capabilities as well to be tilt proof is also going to be at play here. Who gets to be consistent, who gets to really have their thoughts straight, and is still able to execute spectacular gameplay. Right now, we just have to find that out in here. They are utilizing mid, good slow, to say the least. Was able to double peek Bliss in the process. Onita, however, is in sight. Will be taken down by Nebzer. And Doggy was able to take Sky Blue down the moment Sky Blue looks away from under tube. However, MD2 takes one. It's going to be another because he sees one here. That's going to be a dash in. Uses the cloud for some vision. The reload, is it enough though? No! Lelouch actually takes advantage. Doggy right now being the member alive for them. The crossfire can happen in here for Red, and Lelouch takes it down, but why did they have to pick 1.1 here? And Doggy, just like that, was able to get that clutch, having that 13 point in their favor.
One Accord getting a bit of momentum under themselves as well. That is going to be 2 rounds in a row for them. And they should be poised to close out now if they are carrying on with that momentum. But I'm just wondering who has been suffering the most from a lack of money, because if someone has been like, okay, we can't win this round, but we're forced back into an eco in this particular round. Now money is no longer a problem. So who benefits the most from this? And is it One Accord? I'm not entirely sure, but we have seen that both these teams have had some strong defenses, and it is going to get tested again here for TC Rising. And it failed them on the last round, and it was against a half buy. And this time MD2 finding a kill into Sky Blue through the smoke. That is not ideal. Iceball goes up on the other side as well. Zomiya just continues on with that momentum. Just keeps pushing forward. Not going to win that fight though. Nebza, he's going to be taking down Doggy. And Red from the other side, trying to spray through, not going to connect any of those bullets. All 3 players now have made their way into second mid as MD2 continuing on onto Zomiya. This looks like it could be it. A GG in favor of One Accord. Red is going to find one, is going to find a second, brings it into the 2 versus 1. He's going to get swung on from behind, but Onita is going to win that fight. And 14-12, it takes them the full gauntlet and an overtime as well. But One Accord have found themselves in the finals.
Indeed, but it was really a close fight for both sides of the teams. You can really say that none of them wanted to back down, and so long as the points is not yet into, match point, they still have that fighting chance. So still, GGWP to TC Rising Stars, they really good, placed up a good fight here. And it just goes to show how competent they are in these games. But One Accord was able to stand above it all and will be proceeding towards our finals. That they may, but at least it's secured for themselves that they could have either of the prizes.
Yeah,
Exactly.
they've like guaranteed themselves 7,000 pesos, so that's not bad to start things off. But One Accord Esports going up against Dynasty, that is going to be a very interesting game because there's such different play styles for both of these teams, and that will be concluded in once we start that best of three. We'll be going on a short break first before that happens, and so, ladies and gentlemen, please don't go anywhere because we have a giveaway. Okay, we have a giveaway winner. And we're putting that up on the screen right now. Dude, you look so cool as Jinx. Just saying. There it is. Enil Lustestica Escasinas. That's a very difficult name, but there you go. That first name really threw me off. It sounded like another word, but there you go. There is another winner for the giveaways, thanks to ROG. And now we will be taking that break. So, ladies and gentlemen, please don't go anywhere because we will be right back. Welcome back to the GeForce Harbinger tournament, sponsored by ROG, and we're into the grand finals between Dynasty and One Accord Esports. These are your two teams for the grand finals, fighting it out for the 13,000 pesos. They've had a long way to come to the top here. The brackets were a long road where they started off all the way over and beating SR Nakagwe for Tricky Potatoes, for Dynasty Daewoo to beat them. Dynasty also beat Amethyverse, who have come in for a lot of these tournaments in the past as well. And One Accord, we casted one of their earlier games. Below Zero was one of them as well, and BNS Shine. They've done an amazing job getting this far, and well, here they are now, all the way at the very end of this tournament. And it's the likes of MD2, Doggy, Zomiya, Onita, and Bliss, the teams that we just saw play, and OMG, Sev, Yorn, DOS, and Mister. And we have some real star-studded players in these teams, despite not being well-known names. These guys are making a name for themselves right here, and our first map looks like it's going to be on Split.
Followed by Haven and Bind, respectively, here for our teams. So it's a combination of various maps that usually we get to see the likes of, like usually Haven, Split, or Icebox, or Haven, Icebox Ascent usually. But right now it's very interesting pick for both sides of the team. So Dynasty is the one who picked the map Split, followed by One Accord as for Haven, and the deciding one was going to be the Bind, which is interesting here if ever we were to get a game number 3. Both of our teams have different play styles here, so I'm not really going to lean on either one. So I'm just excited to see how these plays are going to happen. But in terms of technicality, at least, I did spot out Dynasty due to having their own similar playstyle, at least in the likes of Haven, which we have seen earlier, hence why they have won it against against Tricky Potatoes from earlier. So right now we just have to see how One Accord is going to react to that said gameplay.
Well, it will remain to be seen. It is super hard to predict. It's. I mean, you've already said it, right? It's impossible to predict how this is going to go because these two teams, they've never faced each other. They have different play styles. They've played vastly different teams up to this point as well. It's going to come down to a lot of that individual performance. We haven't seen any standout teams throughout this tournament as well. We haven't seen this one team that's like, yeah, this team's definitely going to win. We haven't had a single one of those. This is a particular tournament where we haven't had one of the top 10 teams playing in. So there's no way to tell, and there's no best the rest fight here either. This really does come down to these two teams doing their best, making a name for themselves, and hopefully we'll see. The better team will win it out here.
Again, it's really just about how both of our teams really execute their playstyles, and both of our teams having, as I mentioned, a different one. It's going to be based on how they counter each other out. We're going to start it with Split, pretty sure still utility-based. Composition is going to be the play here. Since Split is a small map, you would want to get that coverage. I'm not going to be surprised if there's going to be the likes of Breach. There you go. By Zomiya covering it out, because Breach's concusses, his Rolling Thunder, and his flashes really work well with compact maps such as these as well. We do see, however, for both of our teams, they do have something similar in mind, which is, again, utility based. It goes for a majority of our maps, and right now in the likes of Split, you want to again get that coverage, and what better way to get it is to get your enemy team concussed or take them off guard with these necessary flashes, and Breach just really, heavily compensates those or complements those requirements. I love it, however, how One Accord has double flashers to work with here, having that Sky plus an extra heal for them. The thing is, we don't have Sovas for both sides of the team, simply because for the side of for the side of One Accord, they have the Sky with the Trailblazers to work with here, and later on with his Seekers, as well as they do have Bliss for the Killjoy. That turret helps a lot, as well as the Alarm Bot. For Intel Gathering for the side of Dynasty, however, they do have the Raze with the Boom Bot, as well as Killjoy. Plus, also, it's quite this is an interesting take, a slightly different take for both sides, at least as their duelists is concerned. So the other 4 is the same. They have an Astra, they have the Killjoy combo, they have the Sage for the heals, they have the Breach again for that coverage. So the only difference is their duelist, but it still has the similar, gameplay or the similar tactics to it.
I feel like the Sova pick, it's so easy to avoid Sova's abilities and Sova's recons and shock darts on split because you need very specific locations to put that utility. And you put a recon dart into the back of the B site, they just walk casually over to the other side of the pillar, or they tuck themselves into the back site, and it's super easy to avoid all of that. And then there's the Hunter's Fury as well, where you can be using Hunter's Fury from a safe distance, but either you're close enough that you can get shut down while using that, or you're far enough that you won't be able to get close enough once you've missed all of your Hunter's Furies. There's a lot of situations like that on Split, so I think avoiding using Sova, I think that's fair enough. Having this kind of initiator like Breach, double initiator, I'm a bigger fan of. Sky and Breach, just non-stop vision denial, plus the Astra vision denial, plus having that jet that has all the mobility. I do prefer the Raze instead of the jet on Split because using the operator is not so easy on this side. Not that that's the only way to use jet, but you do get a little bit more utility out of a Raze. And then of course you do have the Killjoy, who can be pretty essential because it means you can give up a certain amount of control towards mid. You can put your alarm bot outside of the vents, and you can just focus on protecting the sites. So yeah, it's both these sites have their merits. I'd say that they can both work a meta here. And so in terms of the choices for their agent picks, they seem to be evened out as well. So again, it's another situation where you can't think of the past games leading up to this. You can't think of the agent picks on this particular map. All you can really do is watch how the game unfolds, and that's what we're going to do here.
Seeing how they are placed in the mini-map right here, they are quite scattered, at least for both sides of the team. Maybe in the likes of the defenders, which is One Accord, they have the luxury to wait for the peaks or the potential aggressions once they've sensed some amount of presence against Dynasty. But for the side of Dynasty, however, they are attackers, and we've seen their attacking phases. They kind of juggle in playing with the styles of rush pushing or delayed ones. Then again, we're going to see how these are executed. We've been saying it time and time again because that is, that's the only thing to heavily emphasize here, because it's going to not just affect the playstyle but also the performance of our players as we move forward with our specific rounds.
Following along now with Yawn, who again loves these pistol rounds, and Doggy gets lit up just a little bit. That flash is not going to affect him, and you can see Yawn trying to take 2 fights at once here. His teammates, he can clear out those vents with the single one of those paint shells, and it sounds like he tried to bait out a sound cue there, trying to hope someone's gonna peek after hearing that noise. That's an advanced tactic, and there Yawn will finally win that fight out. MD2, who is a hero for the team in our last game, has been shut down, and Yawn, he called that situation perfectly, and they are still progressing towards this B side. That's forced back this guy who's now very low on HP, and Flash comes on the other side, will get shut down by Mister, who's watching for the flank, and there's Dynasty showing how they won 13-4 on Icebox, and here they are against the team that struggled so long to get to these finals to just get shut down, and so far it's been flawless. Dynasty looking very strong in this pistol round.
Definitely, and with only Bliss as the remaining member of the pack, will have that trouble to actually, work this through. But DOS is just going to, as you mentioned, shut it down with a flawless plus a team ace to have it at that. So right now, we're going to see how One Accord is going to react to this. Because again, you have to consider the stamina and, of course, the mental capabilities of the teams. Imagine being able to thrive in a very close overtime from last match with only a less of a time to rest here. To be facing off another Titan is quite the challenge for them at the moment.
Go get him.
And starting all off with OMG. Unfortunately, we were not able to see it right now, but we do see Yon will be taking down one. Not going to be Crossfire as MD2 takes the trade, but Seven, the company, are just so really quick on the reflexes now for those specific trades, ending it all up to Zomia. Again, asking a bit too much for a 1v4 potential clutch, and this Swarm Grenades is not really helping it at all. This is the good combination now of Killjoy Astra. After those Swarm Grenades, an easy smoke there. There's gonna be a flank there. I was able to see the gun. Unfortunately, was not able to reflect through as OMG was able to take 3 for the second round.
I love that he doesn't even stop spraying for a second there. As soon as he sees him, it's just straight up left click and just keeps his attention over towards him. Dynasty they're building a team here that have a lot of potential, and I would like to see how far they come, because it's been a long time since we've had a team come into the scene that haven't had their roots in another FPS, that really just stem from starting off in Valorant, because that means that you have no other bias to come off of. You come straight from this game where you've developed here as well. I don't recognize any of these guys from Dynasty. I don't know if they've come from another FPS, but I definitely haven't seen them in the one I used to cast. So this being here, perhaps their starting line, it would be really nice to see a team start off their success being casted by us.
Indeed. But right now, you see this game sense that Yon is completely demonstrating at the moment. Checks out the corners, not being careful with the way he peeks through the sights, and that's gonna be another flash. He's gonna be pulled in and will be taken down by MD2 to be traded by Mr. and Seb with the sheriff kill of his own. We weren't able to see that again, but they'd managed to take the job done. Bliss, however, is in towards a Zomia for that trade of a 2, manages to dwindle everything down to a 3 versus 1. Was too preoccupied to take the spike, and Doggy there for the cleanup, finally getting their first point here, not having too much of a gap for the scoreboard.
Weapon diff always going to be a big concern. This is the round that's going to be a little bit more even between these two teams, where they can expect to have a closer fight. 2 players are ready to defend that mid position, and they've got 4 players from the side of Dynasty ready to push into the B side and to mid. This mid control has been very important for Dynasty so far. They have been very insistent on trying to take it. There's a good concussion coming off the Trailblazer, but staying alive, not taking too much damage. We'll be able to heal up, no problem. Boombot to cover off the vents, and that means they can push up towards Heaven. Yon doesn't commit to overextending, though. He's waiting for his teammates, and that, again, good discipline from Dynasty. We do see it every now and then from teams, but not quite like we've seen from today, Dynasty. It's an OMG is all I can say, because MD2 and Dogi both go down, and Icewall goes up as well, and that has secured a good avenue of entry towards the B side. They do have an Astra holding this side from inside, though.
Ooh, but it's not enough, says Sev, as he was able to take Onita down here. Again, this could be an open avenue for them. They were able to destroy the Sage wall here, but it's enough intel for them to know that there are people towards heaven. Once again, they're trying to check out the corners to see if there are any potential flanks, so this is going to be the concuss that's going to happen. I don't think it's going to take anyone, because right now, Dynasty is very patient, especially when it comes to their post plans. They're not being too reactive to these sprays because they know that eventually they have to go down in towards the site. OMG, its Keeve is going to take 4K for this fifth round rather, and it's just really working wonders for him and his team for him to pop off like this. And if this really runs smoothly for them, especially for momentum wise, it may be a bit of a one-side effect, at least for the first half.
And yeah, that's right. They can actually build off this really well. Bliss is going to try and use that Marshall just to do a bit of damage to their economy. Again, there's always that case of buying as little as you can to do as much damage as possible. You do have the potential with the Marshall for those headshots to secure kills. Same with the Sheriffs if you're close enough. And just starting things off, that boombot, you can see the value of having that boombot, which is why I do prefer the Raze over that Jet, because it clears out so much potential positioning. And look at that ult, goes completely to waste. Good catch there by Seth, just to hold that position. And now they do have as much space as they want to if they want to hit that A site. Yawn spots Doggy sitting on the rafters there, trying to push him off using the satchel, but not going to secure that. And Yawn, he's got his teammates as well sitting behind just in case he does get flashed there from Mail. Both get flashed in that position, and OMG, he is watching in case someone tries to push up through the vents, but they can just take this A site. It should be pretty much clear. And 3 players, they're pushing into the garage, and now they're starting to realize, you can see there's Astra's pushed into garage. Now they're rotating Killjoy back over towards the A site, and the only line of defense in the A site is this breach. And so a couple of flashes might slow them down. They do have a flash sent in towards spawn, and a slow here for Bliss, who has no way of escaping, gets shut down, and that 950 has gone completely to waste as Mister has already found his way inside the site, and Dawn is there covering from the other side. Such good map control from Dynasty.
Indeed, it's as if they know this map by heart at this point. But Onita still not giving up here. On towards Vets. Will be spotting out OMG, but to be easily traded by Zeph in towards Ramp, which is a beautiful synergy coming in from the team. That's going to be a flash teammates, but still Yawn ends it with a 3, getting their 4th point. So far, so good for the side of Dynasty. And if they do capitalize on this momentum, they may be able to actually pull through.
When you said Onita, I thought you were saying Onichan, and I thought, damn, you really are pandering to the audience today. But it was just a call for Onita, so fair enough. Sorry, guys, you don't get what you want to hear at the end of the day. But here you go, into round number 6. Wait, sorry, what was that? Is that?
So.
Well, I've not heard the Japanese line for Jinx, so I will be able to tell.
And besides, Jinx has a female elder sibling. So, but you know, going back
Oni-san?
But anyway,
Oni-san.
Steph here is going to take one down, and of course, a respectable trade for each team to equalize our board. So, going back, they are quite separated. I like it how OMG its Keep is the Sage, but he's the one doing the flank job in towards their team. So this is quite interesting with like the versatility coming in from OMG is quite great. And we do see, however, that there's another taken down from the members of Dynasty. Onita was able to take it down, but the res may pull through.
You will not kill my
Nice attack for Killjoy. Ooh, this is gonna be a lockdown. They kind of need to really decide to commit on a site here. That's gonna be a wall up flash as well. Ooh, but Mr. From the backside, we again
30 seconds
haven't been able to see that, but you know what? They still managed to get the job done. They managed to take control of the site all the way to a 4 versus 2. And now they know that they are here just from below. We do see OMG taking all of these utilities, tries to go for the slow, put a quick jiggle peek there just to be healed, and now he's on his way towards heaven for a potential flank. They have to watch out for this, or this could be a 2K from them. Or from OMG, to say the least. But right now, I think he already knows that they're backing away, so he might actually opt for an exit frag, denying this operator, but MD2 actually denies that hunt instead.
Well, holding on to that operator will prove to be useful in the coming rounds, because it's always annoying to play against a team that has an operator hiding somewhere. Mister, he's hoping to perhaps catch an exit frag, but that's not going to be the case. 5-1, good performance so far from Dynasty, and they are slowly becoming the clear favorites, at least for this first half on Split. So Spike sitting over towards A. Actually, he's actually rotating back over towards B. They decide, you know what, maybe we just keep doing what we've been doing, keep going for that mid control and taking that B side, and if we get too much resistance in B, we hit the A side. They're playing it pretty much textbook, and I mean, if you do your research, that's exactly how it works. Oh, how do you miss that? I think he was still moving during that flick, and that's why his bullet just went completely upwards. The offset of aim when you're moving with operator is ridiculous.
Indeed. And so right now, again, they're just playing for control here for both sides of the team. They want to just really capitalize on not just man advantage, but also the map as well. So notice how they're just being, patient in terms of these corners. OMG, however, is quite alone in A, but I don't think his presence was detected. Bliss, however, will be knowing that fact, as I jinx it, quote unquote, and is going to deny that flank. So right now, because they are diminished to 1, it's up to Yon to get things right, but MD2 is going to take that kill for a more advantage in their hands. Could this be another point for them? Let's see. But Sev is able to take the operator down, as well as Onita. And a 3. Again, we were not able to see that, but it's a 3 versus 2, and just like that, they were able to take control of B.
Well, Rolling Thunder causes quite a stir on the side, and unfortunately, Mister can't really do anything concussed like that. But, spotted there, an elbow has appeared, and for a second he exposed himself.
Oh!
That's such an awkward fight, but Seb's gonna manage it. He's trying to go for the ace. He leaves his teammate in a 1 versus 1, and Dos having to decide where to put his crosshair, but trying to clear the left and right side at the same time, just not going to be possible, and Zomia falls to Dos, who goes now 6-1. And this is not the first time we've seen Dynasty get this kind of a lead, and they're doing it again to one accord. They gave a real serious fight in their last game against TC Rising, but against Dynasty, it looks like Dynasty have prepared really well for this. They have the aim and the strats available to them, and they're reacting so well to all the information that's presented to them.
But this is also the advantage of your map mastery here. You get to really play around the corners of the map, and you also know when to really place yourself in the most dire of situations. So at least for the side of Dynasty, they are doing pretty well in terms of their attacking side here, because they're just really running it off with the scoreline. And I love it how they always peek through the corners, and as well as double peeking there. Notice that they're not really alone all throughout, and Zomia here is only left with a half health. So let's see if things are going to go in their crosshairs as intended. That's going to be a wall. Zomia sees it, but is enough to actually live another day. Ooh, Mr. takes 1 Sev forward trade with his turret. Will be detecting Zomia down with only the Marshal to work with, and 1 HP as well. A turret hit can only go so far, but OMG takes MD2 away, denying that flank. Mr. as well onto the top side, and OMG just playing around with corners was able to clean up this round for their 7 point.
Brazil scoreline, second time we're seeing it today. Sorry, Brazil. As we're not seeing big adjustments coming in from the side of One Accord. Because they're playing reactive, but aggressively, they are consistently able to take a lot of that map control. Especially because of this race being able to force them back. Look at that. As soon as they start this round, they can't even push after the Trailblazer. Look at all the damage that's just been done to Sky. He can't heal himself. That's a Sky. And that race has been a big problem. They can't wait for the utility to come out their way. The good idea there was, bait it out using the Trailblazer, but don't be so far forward, and then regain that map control themselves. This time, they've stacked 4 players over to the B site. As soon as Dynasty sees this amount of presence in the B site, they can just rotate over. They're counting utility, and they're very aware of the situations they're in. So 1A need to hold their cards close to themselves, and Anita, that's a good flash to work with, as they now push way too far, a little bit of an overextension, and they do have a man advantage, but look at the HP remaining on the 3 players they have. Breach, Sky, Jet, Low, and that is an easy kill for a lot of these guys.
Note as well that Sev has the lockdown to work with, so it can be used as an opportunity for them to back off and possibly take control of B site. It's going to force out One Accord to basically, take the full-on retake. So let's see if it goes and works in their favor. It's gonna be a concussion right there. They have to back away now. See, and as expected, they are going to go and have that opportunity to enter. But that was very good timing in their hands here, as MD2 takes 3, only for DOS to go for this shutdown. They don't have time to plant the spike though, so they just have to basically live. And I guess this point is just safe, to go for their side. At least a little bit of a breather for One Accord.
That was actually a salvageable round as well, because there was the Rolling Thunder available. Could have just ulted them, and that would have stopped them from being able to deny the plant from going down. And because they didn't prioritize getting the plant down, instead of prioritized, he stopped the plant so he could take the fight. Didn't win that fight. At least that would have been a little bit easier for the Astra if he ended up in that 1 versus 2 situation. Also, having DOS a little bit closer would have solved that problem as well. But either way, score is 7-2. Well played, as One Accord make an adjustment to stack their players and they gamble on the right side. But it's not going to work 100% of the time, and there, again, the Paint Shell is going to force them back after they take some map control, but at least this time they do manage to find a kill onto OMG, who's been putting a lot of numbers up for their team, and they do have still the map control being taken back by Dynasty as they push forward. 3 players inside of B main, and they should be making their way towards the A side at this point, because they've seen what that stack was like the last time. But MD2 doing a great job with that storm, that Blade Storm, a triple kill now, and Dogi finds a kill onto Yorn as well. And Mr. They should start to consider the other sites.
Oh, that's one. Make it another for Mr. here with a good game sense, but Bliss is there to back them up from the behinds here. Finally, they were able to get their 3rd point. Not really given up, at least until the last rounds remaining for the first half. 7-3 in our scoreline right now.
Good performance from One Accord. They really just started stacking their players over to the B side and using that utility, as well as MD2 putting up those good numbers. He was, of course, the player that was putting up the most stats, and now he doesn't have the ult available, but there are 3 available on the side of Dynasty, who have decided to go towards the A site instead, and 2 swarm grenades up to heaven is going to deny a peek from coming in from that direction. And Yorn not spotting anybody to use this ult on, unfortunately, and so he has cleared out a lot of the positions, to be fair, and that is good information to have. And now just going to hold elbow with the judge in hand.
Has to be very careful as well in towards the side. This Cosmic Divide, however, is very helpful for them, to say the least. But now that it is gone, this is where the game actually starts. Let's see if One Accord can be able to compensate for this one. He's going to take some hits, but right now that's gonna be a flash, but is still able to take him down despite the odds, despite all of those skill sets being thrown at him. And just like that, only MD2 as a remaining member. They already know that he is in a lobby, and that double peak is enough for him to be shooked, if you say. And that this now is going to be the last half, or the last round before the half ends. 8-4 is a viable scoreline for One Accord, but in terms of Dynasty, 9-3 can be a good spot for them once they start out the next half.
I feel like there is that potential for that 9-3. Look at how they realized how fast they got shut down on that A site, so they've put a lot more presence over there. And as soon as they hear that noise over to the B site, they immediately rotate Breach back over. They're very, very paranoid now, and that does mean Dynasty have gotten well and truly into the heads of One Accord.
Quick entry coming in from Yon here, but MD2, let's see if the timing is in his hands. Indeed, that's going to be a sheriff kill. Now he may be a bit of confident to get out, but Yon is still there to back him up and equalize the pack. Let's see if he is able to hear Bliss in the process. That's gonna be a wall up in here. Let's see if he sees it, still manages to get through. But, ooh, who is he gonna rest? Where is he gonna rest? There you go, a little bit of a confusion moment there. And Yon covers it for him and protects the resurrected comrade, which is just good. It only means that the wall is not of an inconvenience, but a convenience to them. And look, as they march down towards B this time, with all of the fiasco happening towards mid, they're too preoccupied to actually take a look at B. And now they are fully stacked towards B. Only Onita to play here. But Yon was just too quick in launching flanks and really stabilizing their front in B side. Was able to clean it with 4K and a 9-3 scoreline as predicted for the side of Dynasty. They just need these rounds to at least win the first match of this best of threes. Let's see, however, if One Accord has a counter to this, since we did manage to witness a sudden dominance in them for into their attackers, and then slightly toned down in their defenses, but still was able to get the job done. So let's see if it's going to reflect in this game.
Time to mobilize my pack.
I don't have too much faith in One Accord's attack side based on all the games we've seen, but Dynasty, you've seen that they can pull up both sides really well. And again, look at the boom part space creates the page does, but MD2 has pushed forward. The things themselves really nicely here, but MD2 still catching Mr. Well played, and the Angel seems to go his way. There's one thing One Accord does have, MD2 catching you as well, so be killing with the hero of the attack of the pistol rounds has been taken down. This is going to be running OMG, and now it's the 2 versus 5. We saw a flawless half, a flawless pistol from Dynasty on their respective pistol on their attacker side. I see it again here for One Accord.
Yep. Again, this is asking a bit for both of us.
Last player standing.
But still was not able to look at mid. Ooh, and looks like there's gonna be a flawless pistol for them as well. At least enough to, take that morale boost up in their sleeve. So now they have better weaponry. This could be another round for the side of One Accord, unless, of course, Dynasty is able to win out their fights. But I guess that's highly unlikely, to say the least, since they only have classics to work with, or at least with 2 frenzies. But it may work out if their positions are right, or if they're positioned in a way that it will make One Accord, go off, have it off guard. So right now, quick flash in towards mid. At least they do know that there are people present towards this side. So the Trailblazers gets that corner up, will be concussing Yon. Yon's not gonna be pulled by that, but they do know that one is in the corner. MD2 takes a quick peek of things. Ooh, that's a trickle peek right there. Doggy also for a kill of his own. They still don't know that OMG is in this box. So if they don't see it, it could be a collat. But you know that they decide not to go there instead. So they are giving the signal that they're on their way towards garage. Thus should be hearing this. And this also could be information now for the team.
Need that back. Without it pulling them in.
See here, pushing forward, Blizz gonna immediately shut down DOS, and that spike is gonna start going down. And in this 2 versus 4, the last 2 players sitting in mid, not really any weapons they can salvage for themselves for the one they took off of the sky.
Here.
And Sev only has a frenzy to work with as well, so maybe a bit difficult. OMG, he does have an idea to where MD2 is at. But again, their placements here, the crossfires, the potentials are there. That's gonna be a dinked Bliss, but Bliss was able to get the job done. Zomia is going to be detected. Gets 1 at least to trade, but I don't think there's a time, so he'll just have to commit Sudoku over here just so that he can get better money on the 3rd round. Or at least 3rd round of the 2nd half.
Now the weapons are available for Dynasty to try and answer back for these first 2 rounds that haven't gone their way. And we're seeing if that supremacy that Sev has put in the first round is going to come in here as well, because it looks like they are pretty much spread out. Sev, where did he set up? He hasn't actually put any of... Oh, they asked for a pause, and the pause did not go their way, unfortunately. So, yeah, they're going to have to just set up later into the round.
Seeing some friendly banters in towards our chat here, and right now we do see some bit of, this is a bathroom moment. At least you don't want to shoot some heads with your bladder really calling you on your way, so
it's true.
very nice.
I mean, there's nothing fun about being in game and like your leg tapping away because you're just holding it in. So yeah, always nice to relieve before you start.
But what do you think Jaeger can One Accord do so that they can actually even up the scores potentially?
I mean, just looking at it now, how they've started off has worked out pretty well for them. It's all about avoiding the utility, like going in way too quickly or getting that spike down too quickly, because they have the utility for retakes. Dynasty really are set up for those retakes. So those swarm grenades, paint shells, seekers, flashes, they're all available for them to use just to retake the sites. So they want to play for picks at the very least first, since they kind of rely on their aim, and that is going to be a good start. But MD2 immediate trade, and that is going to work out for them pretty well.
They're going to destroy the walls over here, but they do have rifles, so let's see if gun difference matters. And actually that pixel peek from Yon is really leaving a big impact for his team. So that Doombot, as you've mentioned, is giving some space. Swarm grenades here kind of denies Yon from peeking or having a wide peek. But let's see if it works out. It's gonna be another pixelated peek. He anticipated that push coming in. So Yon is going to back off, to say the least, but in terms of man advantage, Dynasty still has it. So let's see if they are going to go in towards vents, because right now, if they do, DOS has that covered. Let's see if they are going to just go into B instead. But Sev on the flank can push this through. I think Yon heard the
30
footsteps
seconds
here,
left.
so this could be intel for the team. They're gonna plant the spike now. Sev goes his
Spike
way.
planted.
Was able to see the gun, but Onita was quick on his feet to get Yon down. So that is a 2v2 situation. Sev and DOS know that Onita is here. Oh, come on, man. Please don't tease me like this. Shoot it! Shoot that guy! Shoot that guy! Please! I beg you, shoot that guy. It might go for a 180, but he doesn't seem to realize this, and that's gonna be one.
Last
And
player
MD2
standing.
goes for the trade. He knows that he is at backside, so that's a jiggle peek. He can play for time.
Come now.
Oh, let's see. Who gets the upper hand right here? It's gonna be MD2, beautifully done with that jiggle peek. And once again, it's their 6 point now for the side of One Accord. They're slowly picking up the pace in terms of scores. But if I wasn't able to see if DOS had a star to work with in that time, so at least he could have just concussed or went for a pull and push before defusing the spike. But then again, I wasn't able to see if he had an extra star to utilize there, so I assume there isn't.
I can't believe he checks that whole every single position leading up to that point, except for the back of the site. That's really unfortunate, because that would have just been a round over and done with if he just managed to find that. So yeah, a little bit more awareness, at least to the back of the site, and as well as the fact they took so much time making the way into the site. That's such an overlook from Dynasty. They've done a good job so far of being very careful of checking their corners, but MD2 taking advantage of their the lack of attention to detail when it came to taking that B site. Didn't think, where's the last place he could be? It's either spawn or in the back of the site. I just didn't check it. So they're going to start to make their way towards the A site. There's an alarm bot in play that I like this from Sev. He keeps his swarm grenades on him at all times. He does not pre-place them. He uses them as offensive weapons.
So again, look at this. Sev was concussed in the process, but was able to see one. A bit of a whips there, and Bliss with better weaponry was able to get
30
Sev
seconds left.
down. DOS and company can go for these crossfires necessary, but may lead to a collat. But you know what? Yon says no. DOS now has the option to get this Vandal as well. They do have better, at least they do have better guns this time. Mr. however, that's an intel, beautifully done, beautiful crossfire as well. There is one in heaven. He's just firing out this Bucky, and that's a whip from Bliss. And they were able to turn this tables around. I guess this is a thrifty, if I'm not mistaken.
That's absolutely right. It was just a couple of sheriffs and a Bucky. They really only spent around 1,000 per player, and that's always the nice thing about buying utility on a round like that, because you buy it in advance for the future. But if you see the tides of the round turning your way, then you can use your utility in that particular round, and there you see the investment has paid for themselves, and they are now on double digits.
And 3 more rounds before potentially Dynasty can lock this out. But at least for okay, at least for the first match of best of 3. That kind of like shooketh me. But then
The observer likes his women strong and Australian.
oh my goodness, this is a Bergen moment. But right now we do see Yon take one down with the paint shells, taking Doggy down. So man advantage they have, at least for this fight. So, this kind of forces One Accord to be a bit more laid back in terms of how they really go and things and try to take control of the site. But in terms of position, again, this is the type of discipline that we see with Dynasty. they let the heads go into their crosshairs, and they kind of play passively. Beautiful swarm grenades. Look at all of these concussed, and with all of these damage, at least by a bit, they were able to flick through. So that's gonna be one. Make it another. Beautiful call out by Sev to be traded by Zomia in towards Garage, but Yon is already here. Uses the showstopper just in front of him rather. That's going to be an extra damage. OMG cleans that up with the help of Yon's utilities, and as well as, who is this again? Mr. And with just that, they were able to get the 11th point.
It goes back to what I said before, where if they focus on getting that spike down too quickly and they don't play enough for the picks, then all that utility really is designated for the retake. And you saw how much utility they had just to retake that site, and every single one of them fall to it. Of course, there was an ult in the mix there, but here is now a chance, because One Accord have 4 ults available. There's going to be a Blade Storm, there's going to be the Seekers, it's going to be Rolling Thunder, and a Lockdown. And there's just a reverse Lockdown available for Dynasty. And let's see if that comes into play, but how they're going to use their weapons here. As out come the Seekers, out comes a Paint Shell, and it's done a bit of damage already. Down goes MD2, but Bliss and Doggy going to be spraying down Yawn and Mister, bringing themselves a little advantage, although OMG immediately removes that from the equation, and Anita answers back in kind. So now 2 versus 3, low HP for some of these players, and oh my goodness, the guts to go for that peak. Seb's gonna find Bliss as well, and the last player alive is so low on HP that he has to use his ult just to give himself enough space. But really, was it worth that desperation? You use all 5 ults in this particular round.
And just like that, DOS goes for the cleanup. Bravery and guts plus 100 to DOS and Sev, with no fear of being detained by that lockdown, and still puts it in their favor. And that is actually a very nice gameplay, or nice round to have it at a match point, because it just not like gained them the said point, but it also boosts their morale. And if I am not mistaken, okay, we do see that One Accord has the rifles to work with, but 3 of them have only half armor. So it's quite easier for them to be taken down by the members of Dynasty, because if you look at their weaponry, not only do they have full armor, but an operator in the hands of OMG Keep. So we just have to see how this goes. So they are letting them actually enter A. So this may be a full retake for the side of Dynasty.
Full retake, 5 PC utility available, 4 ults available as well. Yawn, he gets lit down very low. Might be better for him to have gotten down there just to use the res from OMG, as Onita is going to find Sev. And great peeks from Onita, triple kill on the retake. Rolling Thunder in response. And there is, again, that res available, but do they actually waste it? Mister is going to find Onita, bring it back to the 2 versus 4.
Or maybe they do have the confidence to actually do this 2v4 fight. But Mr. takes 1 and Doggy for the trade. And I think OMG's just going to save this round instead. And, of course, with the operator at play, this could be used very, deadly in the next one, because they can afford to actually give this round away, because they still have money to work with. Plus, again, this is match point. They still have the kind of in a lax position to kind of give rounds away, but I just do highly hope that they're not really too complacent about that, and they just really, if they really want to wrap this up for, a potential, I don't know, 2-0, or, let we proceed to the next map.
Like sat in sewers there in case of a rotate back, and look at all the damage again being done by the paint shells at the start of the round. No armor available for Bliss left behind, and they have taken a decent amount of this mid control, but they don't push forward, and actually they have that information because of that alarm bot that they've placed there. So that is going to give them a good amount of information, because look how far Raze has pushed here as well. He's going all the way through spawn, and as soon as they hit this site, they're not going to realize just how cornered they are.
Indeed. Unless, of course, we do see Onita spots out the Raze first, but right now I think it's the latter. And MD2 takes one Yawn for the trade, so now they know one is flanking. So again, you did mention it, they are kind of pinned and sandwiched down here. DOS has the Cosmic Divide, but let's see if they're going to use it. But because in terms of this, Zomia, however, will be taking one down on the flank. Is it going to be another? Ooh, there's a little bit of a whiff happening, but DOS was able to do the job done. A bit of a difficulty in taking those fights. They do know that DOS is in alley, so they have the option to double peek. But again, this is my question of why they have to, you know, peek one by one. But Bliss takes DOS down with an off-angle kill, enough to, you know, prolong the fight. 8-12 now. They can still make it, but no, they still have to take note that they're like walking on thread here, because at this point Dynasty just needs one more round to have this first point in our best of 3.
Let's see what strategy Dynasty can pull out here to secure that last round. They need to find a lot more picks at the start, like they were doing earlier, because as soon as that site gets taken, their post plans seem to be working really well for One Accord.
Indeed. So again, for this time, they are utilizing mid, because I think they have noticed that they kind of laid back a bit in terms of having this mid site fortified, because again, they were going on retake, so they could use it to their extent. A Doggy missed that swarm grenade. Huh, interesting. Or maybe it's just to trigger that said swarm grenade so that they won't have it to have to deal with it later. So Bliss wasn't able to see DOS from the backside, but is still able to get one, or make it 2 at least. So OMG is very, very stealthy in this fight. Was able to spot out one. Beautifully done. That's gonna be a slow. This could be a crossfire. Ooh, but MD2 cleans it up in the process. Mr. is going to dink one, but kind of shifts his position, or his vision rather, in a different angle in hopes that someone would go for the trade, but MD2 was the one who actually cleans that up. 9-12, they may have a bit of a difficulty in closing out this round, but they still have 3 more rounds to work with before they potentially go overtime. So until then, they have to find ways to at least close this one, if ever they do want to win that out, in this case, that is the objective.
OMG really has to stay alive longer than he is. He keeps getting shut down. It means that ult never gets used. He never gets to res his teammates and give them back an advantage. They do have the Cosmic Divide available and the lockdown, so they can go for a proper retake here while cutting off the support as well. And so they are going to have to play a lot more closer for the side of One Accord, just to counter the possible Cosmic Divide. But it looks like they do want to commit to that A site. And watching the flank as well in mid, you do have Onita in case someone tries to push through from Garage to Ramen. And also the waiting there, Yawn wanting to catch whoever may be able to attempt the crosser. So,
yeah, DOS is a bit... this could go on his way or not, but we'll be peeking one. But of course, you know what, as I jinx it once again, MD2 just takes him down. So that's gonna be a pull, but Mr. was able to escape from it. Let's see who gets to get their guns out first in towards mid. It's going to be Onita to actually win that fight and denies that flank. So right now, Yawn is just patiently waiting for that head. Was able to spot out one. There's going to be whiffs from both sides of the team. That's going to be a flash here. And I think he's going to wait for the teammates. But OMG actually gets that revenge and him denying Onita from flanking. This is going to be a rolling thunder, and as you mentioned it, they do have the ults to work with here, and there's a lot of concussed people across the floor. Showstopper as well in this presence, but it's denied by Doggy, and as well make it a 2k 10 point now for One Accord. They're keeping this game alive.
Dynasty having a real difficulty closing out this game, and it's surprising considering the kills across the board. 22 on Yorn, 21 on Sev. They just can't close out this game. That's 4 rounds in a row now for One Accord, they've made every game they've played in today a close one because they just don't give up, not till the very end. And MD2 has been an absolute carry. Look at his team, it's 14, 11, 10, and 7. Their kills are so far behind. It has been MD2 who's been carrying them forward. He's the one that needs to be picked up by a team that can utilize him to the best of his potential, because right now he is on a team where they're not really matching his performance. Onita will find another kill. Sev is going to go down at the very start. This is, of course, an eco round, so it's not too big a deal how much they lose here, but they are hoping to find as much damage as possible. And again, 4 ults available for the side of One Accord, so they can use that in the post. But we might see another overtime where One Accord can win it over. They seem to be kind of team that just don't lose momentum at any point. They never seem to be demoralized.
And that's like the game plan, isn't it? That's like the plan. Like, you don't really want to be faltered despite the odds, and it's just really working for One Accord at the moment. So MD2 is going to really tank all of these utilities right now. But that is interesting enough. DOS was able to actually see the gun, but still MD2 was able to win out that fight. So right now it's still a flawless or a clean slate in terms of numbers advantage here. And with that double peak from Bliss and MD2, they were able to take a flawless round, 11-12 now. One more, and as you mentioned, overtime really has that higher chance of actually being met, and which is understandable because Dynasty chose to save in towards that last round. So now they do have weaponry to work with, but then again, they're quite in a difficult situation, or not really difficult, more like in an interesting position here, because 2 of them, Sev and Mr., has half armor only to work with. Yon, so basically they kind of, Yon has enough to buy an operator, but will it reflect through, or will it work through, because they're heavily stacked at A, but now seeing it that there's a presence in B, this should be intel, to say the least.
Here.
Oh, from a 12-6 to an 11-12, this has been a big recovery from One Accord, and it would be really devastating if they worked that hard just to falter here. So, with all 5 players ready to push in from B main, Seeker's ready to go out, and Rolling Thunder, Cosmic Divide, even the Blaze Storm has been activated because he did have the operator to work with. That is going to be the indicator to start rotating to the side as Yorn finds a triple kill with the paint shells. He gets shut down by MD2, and they bring it into the 2 versus 3, but MD2 still being alive is very important.
Ooh,
30 seconds
timing
left.
could be in their hands right here. So this could be a spike plant. But MD2
planted.
is already watching this corner. Let's see if Onita takes a peek here. Oh, the Cosmic Divide is gonna be down soon. DOS was able to get Onita down, and as well, and just like that, an interesting way to actually end this first match of best of 3 with an 11-13. All it needed was just that paint shell. I'm not gonna lie. To actually get 3.
That raise pick, I kept saying I just preferred it all the way from the start, and there it shows in the end as well just how important that utility can be. It took them a long time to close out that game. 5 rounds in a row they lost, but they finally managed to shut it down. So 13-11, that is as close as it gets, and that was just our first game. We're taking a 5-minute break in just a moment, and then we'll be having our second game, and then after that, will be announcing the winners of the next giveaway. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. First game, 13-11, amazing performance from both teams, honestly. MD2 really for one accord, but the entirety of Dynasty though, they did a really good job there, and could have asked for anything more from them, to be honest.
Indeed. Right now, once again, we're going to take a quick break, so sit back, relax, and don't go away. Yeah, okay, and we're back. Okay, I had to quick pause right there. Okay. Oh, are we back? Are we back? Oh yeah, I assume we're back because yeah, we kind of have that dark
We're just
face.
frozen for a moment. Yeah, it's always nice. But yeah, welcome back to the GeForce Harbinger tournament. We're into game number 2 between One Accord and Dynasty. It is, of course, Dynasty's first win, 13-11 on Split. And we're now heading into our second map. Let's just flash again the map picks. Haven going to be our second map. If we get a third, it will be Bind. This is One Accord's map pick. Dynasty barely won their own map pick, so One Accord on Haven, they may find themselves in a more comfortable position. Their strategy for Haven, last time we saw them play, was they were consistently pushing forward. They were always very aggressive, and I think Dynasty, though, they have the right idea on how to counter that, which is having all the utility to do the damage on players getting too overly aggressive. They'll be starting on the defender side, though, so Dynasty first will get that lead going off, because so far for this tournament, at this rank, it just seems to be that everyone is better on the defender side. So One Accord, after having a huge comeback like that and then losing at the very end there, they'll now be going into Haven, starting off on the attacker side, already poised to start off on the attacker side. They've gotten used to it on the second half of Split here, and now we'll be going into the agent select so we can see who you'll be picking up for Haven. Again, another nice map where the double initiator can be really useful, and as well as the Raze actually can get some good use here, but I do like having that jet available as well, because there's so many long angles and so many ways you can flex your op skills here on Haven. So you will have the Sova come out, that Killjoy as well, good to control Garage. There's the second initiator that is going to be on Sky, and of course Astra, the best, I'd say the best controller for Haven, because you might think to yourself, oh, it's a large map, you want to use the Viper, but at the end of the day, Viper can only smoke off one of these sides, and there are 3 to cover off. So having that Astra available means that you not only get the Cosmic Divide to cover the entirety of the map with all 3 sides getting covered, but you have smokes that you can take and replace to your liking.
Indeed, and of course, right now we do see Dynasty again having that Astra Killjoy combination as well with One Accord. Looks like we're going to have a nearly mirror fight here. The only difference is Dynasty does have the Sova, and the next one for Zomia, he will still be sticking with the Breach, which is actually good, because despite the odds, even though that Haven is a 3-sided map, the sites respectively are quite compact, so at least those concussions can really work wonders, at least for the likes of Zomia. Now it's again just depending on when or the timing of the usage of these utilities are going to favor either side of the teams. And with that, we're already done with our drafting phase, and shortly we will be proceeding in towards the game. You mentioned it, that Dynasty barely was able to win out their map pick, having a bit of a trouble, actually not bit, in trouble of closing out that fight, because from a 12-5 to basically an 11-13, that is a lot of rounds that they have quite a miss. And at least this could be like a learning thing for the side of Dynasty as to how they are able to really play off in a certain map. But if this time this is the chosen map for One Accord, to say the least, so we do expect fighting chance here, a bit of a more closer fight at least. And you have to consider the only difference that they have is the Sova and the Breach. So for the other 4 agents, there's not really an excuse on the difference. But right now, in towards our first fight here, Yon was able to take that first blood quite quickly with the help of at least a sustain that came from Sev and his shock darts. So not only did it delay the push from A long, but it also quite created a fiasco in which Yon just took advantage of today. And Zomia with a half health to work with, the Sky is down, so there's no one who can heal him here, and He could be used as the frontliner here for a certain trade, but they are running off towards C, in which I think Killjoy has heard it. OMG was able to hear it. That's one DOS for the trade, but DOS to clean it up once more. So in hindsight, that looks a pretty more of a solidified round for Dynasty.
These defender halves have been really strong throughout this entire Harbinger tournament, and I have no doubt in my mind that this is going to be another one of those situations. We saw just how well Dynasty played in that situation. They made all the space they needed to. They first used those recons, those shock darts, to stop them from taking any long control, and that allows their players to push forward along with that Trailblazer to cause concussion to make that space. They've all gone towards the garage this time instead. OMG looking to overextend a little bit. They can definitely hear all these footsteps in mid, and out comes the flash. Good dash out there from Yorn. Great use of utility and movement to keep himself alive as DOS is going to find Bliss. Yorn once again does get concussed, but he's used all of his concussions available to him. Yorn should be playing a long-ish angle here, but close up, the smoke comes through, he pushes through and finds a kill onto Mister and onto Yorn. The shorty finds a double kill.
Yeah, at least he's in a bit of a sandwich situation right there. I mean, he did try his best. It's just that with the help of the idol or the distraction that came in from the sky, from Doki, it was enough for MD2 to just really go ham and enter it with the shorty. The fact that shorty has a huge damage or that can be inflicted upon. But you know what? The MD2 is also doing a good job, not just destroying that swarm grenade, but also putting his teammates in a good, post-plant situation, in which that's going to be a flash first. But DOS still wins that fight, only for Onita to go for the trade. OMG goes for the spray, and Prey adds, kind of got that low energy, but with the low HP, but with the help of that recon ball, it's enough for him to push with a classic right click, and second point goes to Dynasty.
Well, it did get a bit dicey. It looked like a very strong start, but it ended looking like the defender side could have some potential plot holes here, and simply because they way overextended in a lot of those situations. There was no business for MDito getting the double kill with a shorty. So perhaps they don't push that far again, but they have been doing a good job of taking that A control. That recon's going to go out once again just to hold them back from pushing down A long too quickly.
And looking at this, let's see. I'm looking at how they're like positioned right now, to say the least. So right now that's gonna be a shock dart. So I like still the discipline of Dynasty to just really take their time. They're not really neglecting all of the sites, which is basically what's important in a map like this. So they're waiting for One Accord to really go on full aggression so that potentially they can get the heads that they intend to have. Sev, interesting way to look at things in here, but managed to get back on track there. I think this could be a flash. He kind of anticipates it. That's why he's looking at the corner. There. Should have go back. But ooh, a bit too late for Sev. And Doki, just like that, takes two. MD2 takes a kill for himself with the flashed Mister. That is a bit of a questionable thing for me, to say the least. You know what? It is what it is. So
These guys, as soon as they get flashed, they just stop responding. They just like stand still and hope for the best, it seems to be. Oh, that's still a bonus kill there at the very end, but I mean, with the weapon advantage, they just go straight towards the A side. They can't really push like they did before because they sent a lot of utility out. You could see those stars that were appearing. They couldn't stick around for too long because the gravity well would have just messed up their entire push. So A response from Dynasty that is understandable, but not the right choice. Let's see now, because they have the weapons available, how they are going to fight back, because they started off with some really strong aggression in response to the pushes. They've now been dissuaded from doing that because they got shut down by a lot of players just holding their position. Doggy now trying to wall bang at the very start of the round. MD2 to find that kill, and same position, but this time Onita wins that fight.
Ooh,
Just
then-
a frag fest.
Ooh, that Trailblazer, look at all of these utilities DOS has to catch. Zomia and Doggy takes advantage of that. Alarm bot is going to notify them that there is someone in towards window, and they may be using this to double peek. And the turret as well. Look at all of that utilities coming in. It's just really
Smart
cool.
utility.
Yeah, it's all, and also the placements of it. Honestly, it's very, very,
Spike
advantageous in their side. So no wonder One Accord really does like this, because I think they have their lineups and skills prepared here for this said fight.
They're expecting the flank so much. Dynasty, they thought they'd have free reign when there's a Killjoy still alive, and that's just not going to be the case. That Killjoy needs to die before anyone can start going for hunts like this. OMG, he's going to get concussed, and every single time they get concussed, at least he is going to secure a kill there. That's kind of odd. OMG going to find one more, but that should be all he finds. Everyone else is a little bit too far away. He's going to put a turret down in case someone tries to chase him around that corner. But that is going to be another round, and One Accord even out the odds again.
Again, this is quite a closer fight in comparison with the last one, which is quite interesting. And here we go. Looks like a Dynasty kind of toned down a little bit. And you did mention earlier that they both of our teams have good defense. But right now, at least, it kind of slowed down, at least for Dynasty, because usually even in defense they will be having, their game sense on point. But it's quite understandable as well. And One Accord is just capitalizing of what they can use right now, and it is stated earlier, the smart usage of utilities is also one of the great factors that can get a team into its advantage. So right now, Sev is able to spot out one beautiful headshot with the Marshall. Not gonna be another though, but he is able to inflict some damage towards Doggy, and he has to reposition. Yon tried his best to go for that trade, was able to get two. Zomia was unfortunately got Sev in that process. Make it another, taking Yon down, equalizing our game right now with a 2 versus 2. DOS and Sev are separated. Oh no, DOS and OMG is quite separated. Meanwhile, Zomia and Bliss are just waiting for the right moment to at least make use of a site.
It's way too far separated as well. Like this flank is coming in. DOS, he's feeling that pressure as well in case someone's coming up, and
seconds left.
has to force himself back a little bit. But there again, just too separated. No one there to answer back. And DOS kind of calling himself there. Like he should be putting himself in a position where he can wait for his teammate to rotate over. And that is going to be the ult coming in from OMG to force them out of the site. But after you force them out, they're going to be seeing the back of that site. Don't have any swarm grenades to shut them down. They got one flash available in the hands of Zomia as well. Oh, took too long to take out the utility as well, as Bliss going to shut down OMG, and it's another round. And just strange choices from Dynasty on this defensive.
Indeed, as well as the timing not really in his favor here, but that was a nice attempt to say the least. But right now, One Accord is just really taking these points, and also, trying to take more of a healthy economy for their side. And both of our teams have an operator for both of their jets, so it's about to joust out in towards this fight who gets to use it better. So right now we do see the Seekers being released in towards Garage for some better intel to where they are at, so that they have an idea to where they can pre-aim. It's going to be a Blade Storm to be used by MD2 for better entry, but they do know that one is in Garage and one is in City, so that alone is enough for them to actually get a bit of an anticipation that they need. This is a full-on retake. Alarm bot is going to be popped up. No one's actually going to see long, which is interesting. But Yawn here, so want to take advantage. Takes a quick peek in the box, misses the shot, but was able to dash away to safety. Yana will be having that second attempt successfully. Zomia and the others, but Mr. from the behind was able to get 2K in the process. Zomia as well, but that kind of telegraphed his location now, and that is the time where Dynasty is able to bounce back, plus getting an operator for Yon to use on the next round.
3-3, and that is well played. And I mean, it takes them a lot of bodies just to defend, but this defense is. It seems like Dynasty have been struggling on the defender side ever since our last map as well. They're not sure where to be aggressive, and when's the right call for the. When's the right call for them to just be passive and just wait for them to push into their sites, and it's like. They're getting caught out in these really strange positions, but every now and then they are in the exact right position to secure the kills they need. Yawn, oh my goodness, his crosshair was right over his head. That's actually crazy. And there you go. Yawn just waits for it. MD2 gets taken down. Does anyone else pick up the operator? Zumia does. Zomia. As he somehow misses a shot onto the owl drone.
And as well with Yon, so this kind of like pushes them back for a different option for them to take a site. But I don't think they're giving up on a site just yet. Trailblazers, however, is going to try and get some information, or maybe luckily someone concussed. But still loving it how they're not too reactive of things. Sev, very close. Oh, wondering if Mr. Oh, because Mr's using a dodge. Okay, understandable. He has the capability to use his Seekers as well, though, so that alone is factor. Maybe he will use it for the retake. But Yawn denies an entry from Garage, which is great, at least for his team. Sev right now is walking in towards that. He could spot out Onita, because there's an audio cue. Was able to see that scarf bike there, and all the more diminishing it to a 4v2. Doggy is planting. Oh, not yet at least, but they have to plant eventually. So right now, uses the shorty, denies the plant, and Sev for the save there to go have that cleaned up. 4-3 now. Looks like they're getting back on their feet, unless again I jinx it.
Well, you're dressed the part.
Thank you.
You've been jinxing all day long, and so Pistols out for the side of One Accord. Perfect opportunity for Dynasty to extend their lead. However, they have lost a Thrifty before, so they do need to be careful playing these close angles against these Pistols with all this high mobility.
Indeed. And here we see Yon trying go into Garage. Oh, but that's actually a beautiful shorty response there. The moment the Trailblazer was out, that's going to be a flash first, and good patience from Yon. He is going to go for the hunt. Oh,
Why?
Should have stuck with the shorty. But Sev, you know what? He's just going to be there for the refrag instead. And it's only Onita in the back of the Garage. Whips a bit. Oh, okay, goes to the left and right. But Doss was able to take him down. A 5-3 now in towards the hands of Dynasty. And it looks like, they can really utilize this momentum that they suddenly have.
Rifles out now for One Accord, and it looks like Onita doesn't have full armor, but that is going to be the only player that doesn't have full armor, so it's not a big deal, as they do have heals available in the hands of Doggy, but they do have the two ults they can use. Yawn, he can't push too far forward because of that concuss, and that's a very, very good way, but they've realized he just keeps pushing this position, and now they're using all the utility just to stop him from doing that. But this time, Sev pushes so far forward, this could be a problem. As there's a first kill, looking for a second up close. He's gonna find a second, gonna find a third! As Onita swings and finally finds that kill. Mr. knows exactly where Onita is for his last kill, and half armor is all that was left for Onita. And there's gonna be Yawn to shut him down, and a fast round and fast defense on the A side from Dynasty.
What a quick bounce back from Dynasty this time around. Normally, I would expect One Accord to, have this in a more sturdier ground, but Dynasty is not being faltered as well. And we are starting to see the momentum take place into their side. But the thing is, I don't want to neglect the capabilities of One Accord as well, because we've seen this as a trend. Like, okay, they kind of lose out in the early phases of the game, but when push comes to shove, their clutch potentials are there.
What?
What? Hey.
What? That's crazy there from Yawn. It looks like he's walling when you watch him play. Mister, he's going to be hearing this plant happening over on the A side. He's going to be calling for the rotate from his team. So, just wait. No rush.
Exactly. So right now, I almost pressed something in the chat. I'm so sorry. Alright, now do you see an updraft kill coming in from Neon, beautifully done. Doggy and MD24, their respective trade, but it's not enough to take OMG down. But Zomia right now is going to take that Sheriff kill instead, but will be detected by the recon vault. Sev and company have the chance to go for that double peek, but Sev's Dostra, however, is going to clean it up instead, and they do have time to defuse the spike. 7-3 now. What a performance from Dynasty.
It's good.
Oh, just to let go with that little time left, even after a half defuse, it still gives me a little bit of anxiety watching it tick down. So that's now 2 rounds in a row where they've tried to hit the A side and they have been punished for it. So now is the time for a switch up. Perhaps mid take. A B hit on the attacker side can be so difficult. They might try a split to C, but we haven't seen them do that yet. They haven't really attempted it successfully. Dynasty, they've now started solidifying their defense, but will they be able to break through this time? One Accord. They're looking to get another round here. 7-5, that'd be the best possible result for them here. And this B side looks like it is their goal. Oh, that's unfortunate.
MD2 has also had the opportunity to take advantage of that.
Spike down A.
But Mr., despite having Bliss Flash, was able to take 1, but OMG goes for 2 before getting shut down by MD2. So Sev can utilize this window here. They may be planting at... Ooh, they're actually opting for a C take instead. Interesting.
Okay,
Right
well, it's a bit of a misdirect.
Yeah. I mean, that's good, right? You want to take your presence in towards the site only to bamboozle them with another. So
Spike
that's
plan.
like
You should
play
run.
here. So I love the patience. It's coming in from Sev, forces them to back away, uses the Hunter's Fury, will be hitting 1. It's going to be another one. Lockdown is destroyed, however, but this is a good opportunity for Yon to take advantage of a low health MD2, but MD2 still wins it. This is so interesting. That's going to be a shock dart. One in Cubby, one in the other. Both of them are low HP, but that could have been a double peek. But with the bullets, Bliss was able to get this round 7-4. And as you mentioned, one more round, that this could be a viable, at least scoreline for One Accord. If it were to have an 8-4, still it can still push through, but again, they still need like 4 rounds to work with if they want to tie up scores, at least for One Accord. So you did mention that they needed a different change of pace in which what they did. Exactly.
Flash out to mid. Looks like they want to hit that B side again and perhaps try another rotate to another site. Dos does find the first, so Mia is there for a trade, and the even better one from MD2. He's so consistent. Yawn is forced back there. Can't really hold on to that angle for too long. Meanwhile, there's someone on the way to the other side to stop the lockdown, and look at all that space Yawn's just made to keep himself alive. Here's the reload, and he pushes with it. Smart play from him. He's spotted as well. Sitting in the back of the side, but missed shot. That's so unfortunate. He's kind of screwed over his teammate here for not waiting for that.
Enemy remaining.
Not sure exactly where to look, but now does know where this last player is.
Placing swarm grenade.
He's not gonna fake? Oh.
Oh, he could have just held it, because I think he got misdirected, but well played there, and OMG, a little celebratory body spray, gonna secure an 8 and 4.
Indeed. But you know what? I think that kind of like, you know, is sometimes needed, especially in pressuring times like that. And that is basically how things are going to end up here in towards our first half. 8-4 for the side of Dynasty having that advantage. Now, again, we did see a bit of a play, at least, what do you call this? Play style for the side of One Accord, because we did see that there were moments wherein they could have gotten that round, but unfortunately the clutches happened, or there were unexpected, you know, timing that didn't go into their favor. But now that they're in the defense, we did mention this earlier that both of our teams' defenses are quite good. So let's see if that comes to light. Especially this is their chosen map, so they should have a better footing of how this is going to go. But this time it looks like they are opting for a mid-take. That's going to be a concuss there, but there's no follow-up. So they may or may not go on a retake, and that's still too early to decide. Drone is going to be here, will be detecting MD. This could be a bit of a bamboozle moment, but at least they know that he is at C. Yon will be taking MD2 down, and they just capitalize on C. That's going to be a 3 before, you know, they take down. That's going to be a trade. They kind of sandwich Onita there. And right now it's an 8 versus 2. They can go for crossfires here. That's going to be a turret. But I don't think that they will be peeking at any time soon. Ooh, that's going to be a flash. Ooh, but still... Down,
Spike down.
it goes. So 1v5, who gets to be the better killjoy? It's Bliss with that ghost spray. That's gonna be a clutch 8-5. A bit of a close call, but at least that's a breather for One Accord, because now they have better weapon. They can force out an 8-6 scoreline here, unless the Dynasty goes for a thrifty.
That is the start they needed to get back into this game. And Dynasty, well, what can they achieve on this particular round? They don't really use the utility quite like they do on the other side to slow down this push. They did send out a concussion and a flash, but that seems to have been enough to convince them not to push down A long, where they are playing quite loosely. MD2 is in the B site though, and that is the site you want to avoid most of all, because MD2 has been having a good time of shutting down these players from Dynasty. So slow push forward. Doggy, he's very close by, avoids the flash, trying to avoid all the bullets coming their way as well, and will still find a kill. That's a double kill actually done. Yawn somehow surviving.
With 20 HP. Mind you. But right now, I am still a bit interested. Oh wait, no, never mind. But right now we do see Sev and company Blaze trying to get a bit of what they can towards B site. This is the recon bolt, not gonna detect one, but Bliss was ready on his feet. And now Sev with the perfect alignment, but Sev was able to win that fight. They could get that Spectre, but Onita is on his way. Marching his way towards mid, and as well as the breach. They can go for some crossfires here since they do have better guns. Gonna be placing a star there. Going to pull someone and a flash as well. He has to run though, but he is quite sandwiched. Zomya here takes one. Ooh, but at least one of them can go for the push. That's gonna be a concussed Sev right there, who's going to win out that fight, and it's going to be Zomya again because weaponry advantage. 8-6 in our points, but we still have to see if Dynasty can win out their 9th point on this one, since they should have better weapon for this one.
Yeah, this should be the the end of the bonus rounds coming in from one accord. You can see the preparation being made by the Astra to protect that C site and the B site. Most of the presence is over on A, and that looks like another one of those gambles being made by one accord to try and answer the aggression of Dynasty, which was so difficult for them to challenge. And Flash goes down through C long, and Yawn is going to be dashing into his smoke immediately. And they still haven't spotted Onita, who has secured a kill there, and spray continues, but Yawn will shut him down as all the damage is being sent in via the utility. That Spike has yet to go down.
Still, 4v4 situation. Oh, that's unfortunate. The trade of the place didn't push through, but MD2 was able to take ONG down. Let's see. This is quite an interesting feat. They're gonna push this. Are they gonna wait for the splash to happen? There's no follow through. It was a good discipline that they were not able to, you know, really go all out. But that's one beautiful spray transfer from Yon, although the sacrifice for Mr. is there, but they were able to meet ends, and now they're running away, going in towards A, which is actually a smart move. Now they not just have the site taken, but also they have a beautiful post-plant situation. Now it's up to MD2 to basically win this game. Or he has the option to go get a gun and save, but you know what? Let's just see how things go. Both of them are going in towards heaven, which is interesting.
I do like that for the post-plant. You never expect it to be two players sitting in heaven.
Oof. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? Oh!
They won't expect the second player. There's no way.
Oh, please. Ooh! Because I'm kind of a bit traumatized as well, at least for Dynasty's part, you know? Because we've seen it, right? From Team Tricky Potatoes, they were able to to lose that round because the defuse wasn't faked. So I'm a bit of like a post-traumatic syndrome on their part, you know? And I like it how Dost kind of like called it, you know, I'm gonna peek just because it might happen again. And you know what? It didn't happen.
I mean, it's your anxiousness in that situation is understandable because we've seen so many teams fall victim today, and we don't want them to be just another statistic. Yawn dashing in, spots Anita as he escapes the site. They do have some utility on this defense, a Cosmic Divide and the Blade Storm, and well, Yawn's going to use his Blade Storm first to find Bliss as the spike starts to get set down.
Definitely. So they do have post plant ready. It's quite quicker take. Oh, both of our jets. Oh my! It's like you're playing a game of tag, you know?
Yeah. You just keep missing each other, just and then running away.
Indeed.
Here.
So right now, oh, Yon only has a shorty to work with. Let's see if this goes. Oh!
So awkward.
Oh!
Such an awkward fight.
One enemy remaining.
But Mr. was able to take advantage of his position, plus a bit of, you know, spray control there. And Mr. was able to clean up this fight, gaining their 10th point.
3 rounds to go, but that is quite a lot to ask for on the attacker side. Let's see what other strats they have available to them, but it looks like they do want to focus on hitting that C site as many times as they can because it seems to be the site that they're struggling the most on. Target is set up to watch for flanks where in case someone pushes from A long, but all 3 players are sitting in B so they can fast rotate to whichever site that they do hit. So Owl Drone will make its way down C long again, so will a flash and a smoke. All the utility as they just keep rushing into it, and Onita has exposed himself on top of Plat. He was blinded as well. Just every form of disability possible was put on him there. And Sev spots a player pushing through. That shock actually bounces off Zomia, so it's just perfect damage onto him.
Indeed. Left him in a certain amount of health here. Spike is planted. I love the position of our jet right
Oh my
here.
god.
he can peek both garage and city, and as well as Mr. to go for potential refrag. But DOS as well is also near. That makes it one DOS again for a trade of his own. They know that he is in the corner, and DOS gets 2. Like, you know, speaking up to his name, DOS, you know, gets 2.
2, nice. Dot, 2, ni, dalawa.
Dalawa.
What other languages? Duh.
Duh. R, E-R, and ni.
Ni.
But you know what? Again, it placed Dynasty in a very, you know, good position for a potential match point right now, 11-6. But again, this is a similar scenario for our previous matchup. Let's say that they were able to get match point, but it is 6-12, and we did see One Accord able to bounce back from that. It's above. How did he not die there? But you know what? The recombo works. Mr. gets 1, traded his fallen comrade, and again uses the Trailblazers for any amount of information. Will be spotting out 1, and again down goes for the post plant. Now they do have the option to just buy some time. And they are in a good position to do so.
They've literally done the same thing 3 rounds in a row, and it just keeps working because they haven't switched out Onita's position. As soon as you lose your controller, you can't defend against this long post plan.
Ooh. And this is actually a very smart play coming in from them, because they're just playing for time at this point. But still, that's a beautiful quick peek from them. And look, they haven't even halved it, so all the more very favorable for their side. And OMG doesn't...
Oh, he's dead! He's dead!
Oh! But I like it still, you know. OMG doesn't want to give any, you know, gun to save, at least.
Oh,
for
no.
the side of One Accord. So
Look at this! Look where they're putting their players. They're all over on C, and it looks like they want to hit the A site because they've been conditioned already. This is how training works. They've been like disciplined into going to the same place over and over again.
But disciplined in the wrong, you know.
Yeah, this is
the wrong
okay. Sorry,
part.
what's the right kind of discipline, Theora?
Exactly.
What's okay, well.
Exactly.
Okay. No judgment here. They are going towards the A side, and M2D has adjusted accordingly and does get that first kill. That's very important. We've seen the scoreline before, 12-6. It ended up being 13-11, but it was a long comeback, but that's not a good start. Yawn with a double kill. The 4 versus 3, make that 3 versus 3. As we have shots from DOS! Oh dear me!
Oh dear. Still, let's see. OMG being the only member here was able to take down 1, but will the smoke save him? By a little, by 13 HP. The crossfire is still viable unless he places himself in a position where he can isolate the fights. But right now, it looks like they are going to do the same technique that they did previously by getting, you know, at least 1 near heaven or 1 is in hell. But right now, I wonder how OMG is going to do this. They're not watching short though, which is interesting. Ooh,
oh dear, timing.
I jinxed it again! Let's go!
Just as Bliss turns his attention to the sewers, that's when he decides to peek. And so, yeah, I mean, they should have noticed at this point, you know what? A doesn't work, C does work. And now, because they're aware of the fact that, oh, you know, now they can go to A, they can just rush C again. We've seen them do it already, but they are going to put their attention back on A. And I'm not sure if that's a flex or something, but please, just go C. You only have 5 more rounds to secure this.
What is this request? More like an order from Jaeger. So we do see them taking or tanking these utilities, but Yon is still able to get into this little corner. Uses the Trailblazers here for any amount of info for both of our Sky. OMG is going to be concussed, that's for sure. So at least they do know that there are still people in A. But Onita and others still not neglecting their flanking capabilities. It's a flash. They're going to try and enter in. I think Yon knows that they are in city. It's going to be a plant.
You want to fight it?
It's going to be a cosmic divide as well. Oh, the spike isn't planted yet because of that pull. It kind of delayed.
So annoying.
Yeah, but still they managed to make it work. So they gotta work for post-plant positions here. So the only one who's gonna get caught is Mr. who is into their sights. They haven't seen Mr. here yet. That's gonna be a Seekers. That's gonna be another. And they're just utilizing the blind. Mr. gets a 3. And with that, OMG cleans it up. Ladies and gentlemen, you got yourself some champion. Dynasty gets 2-0 against One Accord.
That's so well played. Really good job there from Dynasty Duo. They've, like we saw that 12-6 twice now. They did whiff a lot of rounds in the first game, but this time they secured it very, very quickly. And what an inspired move there to sit on the side of the Cosmic Divide and to avoid all the attention that would have gone his way and the flashes and everything as everyone tried to turn their attention to him as well. Just in the end, really good use of spacing utility. Dynasty Duo, we've never heard of them before, we've never seen them before, but they've made a name for themselves here because this is the ROG leg. ROG generally, we've seen them before. They've held the ROG Masters. They always have their own tournaments, and again, they've somehow pulled out another champion team. And so 13,000 pesos. Congratulations to Dynasty Duo, and in no short form as well, of course, to One Accord, because they also get themselves 7k. They've been playing really well today as well, and no one thought they'd get this far. And neither of these teams really had any indicator that they were going to make it this far, but they have done so. And so 13k, 7k, Dynasty, and One Accord. Congratulations to our players that got to second and first place as well. Of course, there is no prize for third place, but you do have one more week of Harbinger, GeForce Harbinger tournament. Next week is the last week, and so it's the last chance at these prize pools from all of these very generous PC companies and such. And of course, this week, a big thank you to ROG for making this one a one to remember and making a new name for the Valorant teams to look out for as well, because Dynasty Duo, they can only go up from here. So there you go, those are your winners, and of course we do have our winners for the giveaway as well, and of course congratulations to Christopher Gonzalez.
Congratulations to you. Do go ahead and check your DMs for you to claim your prize, and make sure to claim it, if I'm not mistaken, at least 2 weeks, if I'm not mistaken, as per reminders, guys. So go ahead. Those are free goodies for you to grab up. And with that being said, that ends this week's Harbinger tournament series. There is going to be another one next week, as Jaeger has mentioned.
That's right. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for watching the entirety of the Harbinger series for today. Thank you to ROG, to Fulcrum, to PCWORX, and of course to NVIDIA for making all of this possible. We'll be seeing you next week, and so until then, enjoy your week, enjoy your weekend, and have a good one. Bye-bye.
Are we good, G?
Hello? But smile. Oh, your cute smile is so cute.
What do you mean?
So cute with your dark style today. I simply Jinx.
The fuck?
Although Jinx is definitely a lesbian, but I still simp.
Oh. Ano daw? What was that? Okay na? Okay. Okay na? Hi.
Hi guys.
Hi.
Hello.
Sandali lang. Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you guys for today. Medyo mahaba uli. Tamo yung ating